Chapter 1152. In the back garden of the Elven Palace. Elf Sage Avrak said bitterly, "What kind of witchcraft is this? Why can't we break it even with our combined efforts?" He was Laura's fiancé. Danny smiled faintly. "Forbidden spells are just child's tricks. I stopped playing after I turned 25. Looking at his fiancée who had been dead for over 100 years, Avrak sighed. "You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves." "We failed, we couldn't fight back. Dragon Queen, how do you plan to deal with the elves?" The Wild Hunt King in the blood-red armor said bitterly. The Wild Hunt King that was the nightmare of many worlds, was just the leader of an elven cavalry team. Before the ancient blood was lost, the elves used their physical bodies to travel through worlds, enslaving and robbing the natives. They weren't afraid of the white frost, even if they couldn't stop the ice aeon. They could open the gate of worlds and migrate to a comfortable and safe new world. With the loss of the ancient blood, the elves couldn't travel through time and space with their physical bodies. They could only use the form of demon spirits to project their minds to various worlds. They could kill people, rob people, and rare resources, but they couldn't directly colonize for long periods of time. Danny thought for a moment and said, "Ciri and I have already completed the sacred vow. In theory, the elves should have paid the price for breaking the vow. However, the ones who decided to break the vow are you, and the price is paid by my good friend Laura and her descendants. This isn't fair." Laura's good friend's face twisted slightly. The dwarf sighed softly, looking at the elves with pity in his eyes. Pity for fellow sufferers. "Completed the vow? You obtained the ancient blood?" The elf sage's face turned ugly. "Why do you think you can break the vow?" Danny sneered. "I'm not afraid to tell you. I was able to find the elven world and easily grasp the elven capital in the palm of my hand. The ancient blood played a huge role." The old elves' faces turned ashen. Avrak raised his spirits and said, "Since the oath has been fulfilled and Laura has been resurrected by you, the price of breaking the oath will be paid by her. How about letting her inherit the position of the Elf King?" He could see that the Dragon Queen had obtained a lot of benefits from Laura's sacred oath. Even if the elves were to break their oath, she would still be too lazy to haggle with the elves. Perhaps because she was too strong, the elves didn't have any treasures that she could think of. Once their interests were satisfied and they couldn't squeeze out any new benefits, they would start to talk about relationships and satisfy the needs of friendship. Or was it purely for the sake of face? The elven sage didn't know, but he was sure that as long as Laura was properly arranged, the elven race's catastrophe would be easily resolved. Thinking of this, he quickly added, "I swear on behalf of the Sage Parliament that I will no longer harass Ciri and her friends. I will even allow Ciri to become Laura's successor and the next Elven King. The Wild Hunter has offended your dignity. In order to express our apologies, the elf tribe is willing to compensate you with rare treasures, wizard scrolls, alchemy potions, and other items. The treasury will be opened for you to choose. Compensation is just a token. The key is Laura." Danny waved her hand indifferently and looked at her good friend. "Laura, what do you think?" Laura looked at her elf fiancé and then at her human husband. "I am willing to serve the elven race, but Craignan, well, Laura has paid a huge price for the elven race. I think you should be able to accept a human royal husband." Danny looked at Avrak. Laura's former fiancé forcefully swallowed the feces in his mouth and nodded. "We have already accepted Ciri as the next Elven King. Craignan becoming the Elven Queen's royal husband is a matter of course." "Well, happy ending. Today is Christmas. Everyone come to Astapor to participate in the Christmas banquet." Danny clapped her hands and said excitedly, "I have something to say." The Wild Hunter King stood up with a worried expression and complained to Danny. "Your Majesty, the reason I hunted Ciri wasn't for a personal grudge. As you can see, the Wild Hunter can travel between worlds, so I know a lot of terrible news that you don't know." "What news?" Danny asked curiously. "The White Frost is coming." His eyes were filled with fear and his voice was trembling. "It's not the usual White Frost. It's like the universe has entered winter and a cold wave has arrived. I have seen with my own eyes that one world after another has fallen into complete silence in the White Frost. Not only the Elven world, but the Demon Hunter world, your Seven Gods world, and all the nearby worlds have been invaded by the white frost. If the white frost is coming, what's the point of hunting Ciri? As the inheritor of the ancient blood, she has her own destiny. She won't escape the responsibility of saving the world. Dany's expression was indifferent and didn't show much emotion. But the Wild Hunter King's cold face behind his helmet turned red. He felt that Ciri wasn't qualified and didn't have the ability to be the savior. He felt that he was the one destined. Therefore, he wanted to seize Ciri's bloodline and control the future for himself. If my ability can stop the white frost, even if I have to pay the price of my life, I will do it. The gray-haired demon hunter woman said in a deep voice. If you ask me, you guys are worrying for nothing. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It goes without saying who's the tallest, the dwarf complained. The elven sages glanced at the dragon queen and looked at each other. Their expressions were much more relaxed. The dwarf was right. The white frost would come when the celestial spheres converged. Even if the dragon queen only swept the snow in front of her door, they could still hide behind the seven gods' world. The only question was, could she stop the white frost? Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. In the past 10 years, the celestial spheres converged more frequently. At first, it was only the seven gods' world and the demon hunter world that collided. Now, there were 7 more great stars in the sky. The world had its own rules. Just like cars on the highway, as long as there were no accidents, there wouldn't be collisions. However, once an accident happened, there would be a long line of cars involved in car accidents. One world's trajectory was abnormal, and it would collide with another world, causing the worlds to derail one after another. Therefore, the convergence of celestial bodies was like the scene of a large-scale car accident. Multi-star collisions were common, but the 8th great star that appeared in the sky above the Song of Ice and Fire world terrified the living people of every world. It was an ice-blue dead star, a world that was withering in the white frost. Everyone knew that the white frost had come. The demon hunter world and the nearby worlds had longer winters. Only the Song of Ice and Fire world was unaffected. Where's the Dragon Queen? In recent years, more and more people from other worlds have applied to relocate our world. What's she thinking? John found Bran, who was cultivating in seclusion at the North Pole. Yes, Dany's white knight Bran. After his wife, Mara, passed away, he came to the North Pole to guard the World Gate for the Dragon Queen. Guarding the World Gate had the highest salary, but he still had his mother's suffering in hell. He could not enjoy life by the Queen's side like Barristan. After obtaining the ancient blood, Her Majesty began to travel to other worlds. She might be testing her Tao in one of the worlds now. When Bran opened his eyes, John, who met his gaze, felt dizzy for a moment. Your eyes. He saw endless images flash past his eyes. The huge amount of information and the distortion of time and space made his head swell. I'm the Green Prophet, a natural time traveler, Bran said. At this moment, he was no longer as young as he was 100 years ago. His weed-like white hair fell to his shoulders. His eyebrows grew to his temples, and his silver beard reached his chest. His cheeks were thin and handsome. He was tall but shriveled. His eyes were full of wisdom. You're also cultivating the law of time and space? John was shocked. I'm not just the White Knight. Like Arya, I'm Her Majesty's vassal god. Vassal gods can borrow the Lord God's power. I think. Bran looked hesitant. Do you know that the world has changed? After the celestial bodies converged, the world changed every day, John said. No, I mean some things have changed forever, Bran mumbled. Be more specific. John was getting impatient. You've seen Legger? Bran asked. John was silent. After a while, he asked in a muffled voice, Say, is the Dragon Queen my aunt or the reincarnation of the 7 gods? But Bran sighed. What do you want to do? John asked. I'm thinking, what should I do for Robb and Father? Bran said. They've returned to the world and will enjoy eternal peace, John said. The past can be changed, Bran said faintly. John looked down and said, I'm only concerned about the current migration problem. As for the rest, I can't do anything. Let in all the otherworlders with excellent bloodlines, Bran said. Many of the migration problems aren't people. Even demons can be brought in to fill up hell. The species are too complicated. There might be political turmoil in the future, or even racial wars, Jon said worriedly. Then let's fight. Pointless fighting will only deplete the world's vitality. Furthermore, the power of our families will be greatly impacted. Jon said. Bran looked up at the sky. Say, how many stars do you think are real? One true god represents one star. That's not accurate. Bran shook his head. One small plane also represents one star. The world we're in right now is actually the main world. Jon's expression changed. I remember that all the small planes have fallen into the Sosros continent. Our world will definitely level up. Bran didn't have a trace of doubt on his face. Her Majesty doesn't just travel the worlds to verify the laws, she's also looking for worlds with potential. Using otherworlders as small planes? Jon was shocked. Bran nodded. In the future, there will be many more stars in the sky above our heads, real stars. With enough resources, there won't be racial wars in the near future. What kind of worlds are considered to have potential? Jon asked again. For example, the ancient blood in the elf world can provide us, especially Her Majesty, with new high-level laws. For example, the demon hunter world has a strong origin and has survived countless world-destroying white frost. It can provide us with a large amount of chaos force. So, the demon hunter world and the elf world will become our stars, and we can open our doors to immigrants? No, the Queen will look for the empty shell world that has been destroyed by white frost. Bran's expression was complicated. The human mind is unpredictable. If we move the demon hunter world to the astral world, the people in that world will think that we're colonizing them. There's no way to explain, we're indeed extracting the force of their world. Nothing forcibly done is sweet. Jon nodded, then asked doubtfully, where will the ancient blood come from in the empty shell world? Past and present, it makes no difference to Her Majesty. The ancient blood of the elf race and Her Majesty's fire of creation are a perfect match. Bran sighed. I wonder how many stars she's found in the past 10 years, Jon said leisurely. I don't know how many, but I'm sure that there'll be a world called Earth among them, Bran said with certainty. Why? Jon was puzzled. Big Sparrow has been to the paradise island of the Earthlings. Chapter 1153. Dany did find Earth. She accidentally entered the solar system while searching for the source of the white frost. The white frost was not a point explosion, as she had guessed before, which meant that the white frost suddenly appeared at a certain point in the universe. It had its own source. Just like the roots of a tree, from the deepest, undetectable, and indescribable source, white light in the shape of tree roots erupted. The white light was like lightning, twisting and scattering, and the aftermath was the white frost. The forked lightning-like white light had the ability to track civilized worlds. Like an embroidery needle thrown by Dongfang Booby, it accurately pierced through the lotus seeds that Yang Lianting threw into the sky. With a flash of white light, countless worlds were pierced by the white frost. What was more terrifying was that the worlds destroyed by the white frost would break away from their original orbits and have a chance of colliding with other worlds, which was the intersection of the celestial spheres. The white frost was like a virus. When the celestial spheres intersected, the worlds that had been destroyed by the white frost would attract the white frost, destroying the worlds that had come into contact with it but had not yet encountered the white frost. The eighth world that intersected with the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was supposed to be the virus spreader. Dany predicted the direction of the white frost in advance and turned into a flame, moving against the light and eating the white frost that destroyed the world. She became a savior in silence. The savior of many worlds, and no one even knew at this time. The price she paid was that half of the flame on her body was extinguished. When she turned into the fire of creation, the size of the flame represented the thickness of her origin. The price of losing half of her origin was too great. The white frost was more terrifying than she had imagined before she met it. It was not something that Frost God's white frost forbidden spell could compare to. Frost God's white frost was the ice power of the frost world. It was essentially an elemental power, no different from the fire and earth elements. The white frost in the lower universe was the power of the end that destroyed civilizations and worlds. The white frost was an energy that could not be absorbed. It represented the complete end, death, decay. It was the end of all matter and life. Although she had lost a part of her origin power, Dani was very excited. Even if her fire of creation was still 15% away from the real first flame, its energy level was not comparable to any other energy. In terms of fire energy levels, ordinary flames were level 1, wildfire level 2, ordinary dragon flames level 3, earth flames level 4, sun flames level 5, first flames level 6, and first flames level 7. True gods fluctuated between level 4 and level 5 according to the laws they grasped. Inferior songs of laws were only at level 4, while the extremely powerful songs of the elements could reach or even surpass level 5. Dani was not a true god, but she had far surpassed it. Her energy rank was around 6. 5. Frost God's Song of Ice was higher than LV4, but lower than LV4. 5. It was not worthy of Dani's Song of Ice and Fire. That was why Dani had given the Song of Ice to John. She hoped that he could sing an even stronger Song of Ice, and then use him as a cauldron to cultivate a Song of Ice that could match the first flame. John's talent was not bad. In just 100 years, he had almost completed 10% of the Song of Ice. Even if he took into account that it would get slower and slower in the later stages, he would be able to complete the Song of Ice in about 30 to 50,000 years. Not to mention Lalo, even geniuses like Night Lion and Neodymium God of Lust would not be able to do so. After all, the Song of Ice's energy rank was naturally higher than their inferior laws. Dani had originally planned to wait 30 to 50,000 years, but now, power below LV6. 5 could not hurt her at all. Not only could the white light hurt her, but it could also reduce half of her origin. What did this mean? It meant that the white light's energy rank was higher than 6. 5, which meant that the white light was the other half of the Song of Ice and Fire that she had been searching for. Perhaps, she had found her purpose in coming to the lower universe. One day in the future, when she completely grasped the first flame and could sing the ancient blood space-time law, she would definitely walk the same path as the long-braided female elf ancestor, and explore the secret of the white light in the lower universe. Now, she was on Earth, the Death Star of the civilization that had been frozen by the white frost. If it were not for the fact that she was very familiar with the solar system's planets and the moon, Dani would not have recognized that this was Earth. Not only was the land and sea frozen, but the strange ruins of the superior civilization on the land were also unfamiliar to her. Even the continental plates were not what she remembered. Bran was right. While she was practicing her transmigration skill, she was studying the white frost and also looking for the high-level world that had been destroyed by the white frost. When she arrived on Earth, the white frost had just destroyed the world not long ago, and the people of the previous civilization had not died out yet. Before the white frost descended, the prophets among the people of Earth had predicted the arrival of the disaster. They had thought of 2 ways to preserve their civilization. The first was to build a deep-sea city in the trenches and use the huge amount of seawater to offset the extreme cold of the white frost. The second was to find a volcanic crater and dig out an underground world near the magma. The prehistoric civilization had more than one human race. According to their forms, Dani named them long-legged giants, slender people, crypt people, and normal people. The long-legged giants were also called TikTok beauty-legged giants. They were giants with long legs and beautiful faces. They were about 5 meters tall, and their legs were 3 meters long. They were disproportionate to their bodies. Dani even wondered how their legs could be so deformed under the gravitational environment of Earth. The slender people's limbs, waists, and cheeks were very slender, but they were very tall. The average height was more than 1.8 meters, and they were slender. The crypt people had a triangular face, big turbid eyes, rough brown skin, thick palms, a height of 1.5 meters, and a slightly hunched back. These 3 races had a very high level of civilization. It was not simply technology or magic. At this time, the Earth's chaotic force was very rich, and the people of Earth had developed an advanced interstellar civilization. That's right, they could travel within the stars. In fact, the crypt people came from Mars. The long-legged giants came from outside Pluto. When the celestial bodies converged, they migrated from another world. Many years ago, their civilization was destroyed in the white frost. Perhaps, in the billions of years of history of the solar system, countless civilizations had been born, and countless civilizations had migrated. When Danny arrived, the normal primitive people had already died out. Long before the white frost arrived, the giant civilization, like the elves, had experienced a great decline. At this time, they had lost the ability to migrate across planets, and could only hide in mountain cities to survive. The hope of survival was very slim. The slender people built cities at the bottom of the sea and prepared a full set of space launch systems in advance. When the white frost cold air covering the entire solar system dissipated, some of their people would escape from Earth by spaceship. The crypt people did not choose to evacuate. Instead, they dug holes in the ground and prepared to build an underground world. Whether it was the crypt people or the slender people, it should not be difficult for them to survive this cold wave. According to the rules that Danny originally set for herself, as long as the civilization was not completely extinct, she would not interfere with that world. She would not save, plunder, or destroy. But after landing on the surface of Earth, Danny was shocked by two things on the spot. First, the will of the world of Earth was like a child welcoming home. It could not wait to accept her, and even directly gave her the control of the heavenly axiom. Even if she gave the Song of Ice and Fire world the first fire, even if she ended the long night and became the savior, even if she sang the Song of Fire, even if she became the God King, the will of the world of Song of Ice and Fire was not so affectionate. Danny forcibly extracted the will of the world from the depths of the world's origin with her strength and cast it into the Book of Fate. After being crowned the God King of Earth, without knowing anything, Danny immediately discovered another amazing secret. Through the resonance of the origin of this Earth, she could find other Earths or civilizations related to Earth. It was like telling the password of the bank vault to a peerless thief. How did Laura transmigrate? She first locked onto a world, which was often a star visible to the naked eye, and then used her mental projection to inquire about the information and determine the coordinates. When she thought it was appropriate, she would transmigrate physically. How did Ciri transmigrate? She had not received the special training of the elven royal family about the ancient blood. She blindly transmigrated, opened the gate of the worlds, and went inside, where the next station was all based on luck. Before the inheritance of the ancient blood was cut off, the main task of the wild hunters was the same as the rangers: to search the nearby area and determine the location of the enemy and the resource points that could be occupied. To put it bluntly, the wild hunters were responsible for finding the coordinates of a different world for the elven king of the ancient blood. How did Danny transmigrate to this Earth? When she was chasing the source of the white light, she happened to come here. Danny was still thinking that when she chanted the Song of Law contained in the ancient blood, her descendants would also evolve with the bloodline. In this way, she could specially select a group of Targaryens who had awakened the soul transmigration talent and imitate the wild hunters of the elves. Their image was better, with white robes and silver armor, golden-maned unicorns, and the knights were all handsome and sunny, with hot spring eyes and spring breeze-like smiles. They were the representatives of the holy light and beauty. They could not be like the elves, ghost knights who brought nightmares to the living. On one hand, they acted as Danny's honor guard, helping her raise her status, and on the other hand, praising the name of the 7 gods in the universe, and on the other hand, helping the grand ancestor Danny collect information about other worlds. Now, it seemed that before the Targaryen male model group was formed, Danny could already transmigrate on a large scale. The will of the Earth world was forged into a 3-legged cauldron by Danny. In the future, after the birth of new humans, it would also take on the role of the Sea of Law. Sitting cross-legged and floating above the 3-legged cauldron, Danny first found the world of the Song of Ice and Fire through the resonance of the origin. This was not surprising, as she was already the king of gods in the Song of Ice and Fire world. It was normal for her to find her home. However, she was shocked to find that the demon hunter world was also within the resonance range. This was just the beginning. Among the hundreds of resonance worlds, she found 3 real worlds derived from movies and TV series that she had watched in her previous life. Worlds related to Earth, could it be? But I have no impression of 99% of the worlds. Danny was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Then she left Earth and went to the resonance worlds, picking out 20 smaller dead worlds that had been completely destroyed by the cataclysm. For smaller worlds, she could lift them up like a brick. The solar system was too big, and she could only slowly push it to the Song of Ice and Fire world like a child pushing her grandfather's 2-wheeled cart filled with sweet potatoes. 20 small worlds, together with the Song of Ice and Fire world, the world wills of 21 worlds were all replaced by her will. However, after trying in the origin of each world, Danny did not find a world that could resonate with the origin of other worlds. She was almost certain that the resonance of Earth's origin was the same as the transmigration law of the elven mother planet, the rich origin of the demon hunters, and the fusion of ice and fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world. They were all talents of the world itself. Chapter 1154. There was only one thing that Danny was unsure of. Could this Earth, which made her feel like she was returning to her mother, be her home planet before she transmigrated? If she was born in this world when she returned with the first flame, the will of the world would naturally cheer. Just like a family that was poor to begin with, and the father happened to be seriously ill. Suddenly, the daughter who was lost in the early years returned as a billionaire. Now that Earth had just been covered in white frost, and civilization was on the verge of extinction, Danny returned with the first flame and the ancient blood, and the will of Earth leaned over. Did it seem reasonable? But the problem was that the time did not match, and the location did not match. When Danny transmigrated, Earth had already entered modern human civilization millions of years ago. When she transmigrated, the world of Song of Ice and Fire was in the upper universe, and Earth had already existed in the lower universe for many years. Transmigrating across dimensions? No, transmigrating across dimensions and time. Danny looked at the frosty Earth below her, and her expression became solemn. Maybe, for the rest of the time, I have to stay here until that moment comes. With this thought, Danny stopped moving the solar system to the world of Song of Ice and Fire, because there was a difference of 100 times in the flow of time between the two worlds. Another 20 years later, the convergence of the spheres between the world of Song of Ice and Fire and the world of Demon Hunters ended. But the communication between the two worlds was not cut off, and Siri often opened the gate of the worlds to come to the world of Ice and Fire to practice the laws. Later, she simply used the technology of the elves to build a permanent gate of the world between the two worlds. The gate of the world was built on the sea, the world of Demon Hunters was on the coast of Sintra, and the world of Song of Ice and Fire was on the Bay of Sorrows. Well, in the end, Siri did not marry the crown prince of the true dragon Khanate, because she liked women. Siri did like boys when she was a lowly, but a series of later experiences had greatly changed her worldview and personality. It was said that she had relationships beyond friendship with several female mages in the world of the 7 gods. Although the marriage with Siri did not succeed, the true dragon Khanate still supported Calanthe's restoration. Because Queen Calanthe's mother, the seer Idalia, had married a Targaryen prince. It was not Bran, but the Bran's reputation was too bad, and no one was willing. Danny did not interfere. They were free to fall in love. To be honest, Danny was far more satisfied with Idalia than Siri if she did not consider the ancient blood. Siri was not suitable to be a daughter-in-law. She was the space-time prodigal, a demon hunter with a big sword on her back, a female version of Geralt. The marriage partner had changed from her granddaughter to her mother. Calanthe was very confused and inexplicably sad. A few years later, her mother gave birth to a few more Targaryen brothers for her. On the 50th year since Danny obtained the ancient blood, she had finally separated a brand new song of laws from her bloodline. From that moment on, faith transcended time and dimension, and the glory of the 7 gods spread throughout the universe. For example, in the world of demon hunters, 50 years of convergence of the celestial spheres allowed the Church of the 7 gods, whose doctrines perfectly fit the 3 views of human beings, to flourish in the northern countries. Especially the war in the north that lasted for decades, affected millions of people, and was hated by the entire continent. It could be said to be the booster for the development of the Church of the Seven Gods. In the world of demon hunters, the one who contributed the most to the development of the Church of the Seven Gods was none other than Ciri's father, Imhir. Although he was a heretic who did not believe in the seven gods, through the oppression of the northern countries and the instigation of the relationship between warlocks and royalty, he made the royal families of the various countries turn to the economical, safe, and efficient priests of the seven gods. The priests and paladins of the seven gods also lived up to expectations and successfully helped the various countries to stop the brutal Nilfgaardian army. The Nilfgaardians believed in the sun and did not have priests of the seven gods. During the war, the medical disadvantage was too great. The world of demon hunters never lacked devout believers. In fact, before the appearance of the Church of the Seven Gods, Meritlay already had a church organization all over the northern continent. They were all public welfare organizations such as orphanages, hospitals, shelters, and the like. The three views and behavior of the people in charge were often very consistent with the teachings of the seven gods. When they changed their faith or slightly adjusted their doctrines, believing that the seven gods and Meritlay were the same gods, it was very easy to change their profession to a priest. After 50 years of development, the seven gods became the mainstream religion of the northern countries. But with the end of the convergence of the celestial spheres, the distance between the two worlds grew farther and farther, and the priests and paladins began to lose levels and their power gradually declined. Fortunately, the seven gods had always stood at the top of the lonely peak, and there were no competitors. Or rather, there was no one who could fight. No matter how weak the priests of the seven gods were, they were still stronger than the priests of other churches who did not even have divine spell slots. For example, Aunt May's New Sun religion. When she was there, she really developed a group of extraordinary priests who could borrow her power. But when the convergence of the celestial spheres ended, the priests instantly turned back into muggles. When Danny began to understand the law of space-time travel, the believers of the seven gods in the world of demon hunters once again clearly felt the power of the seven gods. Their power was even stronger than when the celestial spheres converged earlier. The islanders' goddess Freya is also Meritlay. Why not learn from the mainlanders and change the doctrine? No, not change, but replace the slightly backward doctrine of the three goddesses with a more complete, seven stars Bible. Perhaps we can remove the seven stars and only revere the Bible. The prince of the Skellige Islands said to the nuns on the island, "We can try." The old nun had long been envious of her counterparts on the mainland. The humans' Meritlay is our faith in Blom Magda. Why should they be the only ones to understand divine spells? The dwarf king in the corner of the mountain was unbalanced. "My king, I think we can give up on Blom Magda and directly believe in the seven gods. Although the three goddesses have holy healing, holy light, and wisdom, we dwarves should believe in blacksmiths more." The dwarf priest said, "That makes sense." So, the dwarves directly changed their faith to the seven gods. After the dwarves, it was the elves because the elves believed in Dynamita, the three goddesses of the maiden, the virgin, and the crone. In the beginning, only the elves in the world of demon hunters used the Bible as their doctrine. The effect was so good that it was not long before the elves in the world of elves used it. 50 years after the convergence of the celestial spheres, the Seventh Northern War broke out, and the people of the world saw for the first time the legendary palm of the Virgin Mary. The demigod Archbishop of Sintra used only one move, earthquake, and directly slapped the hill 2 kilometers away, where the Nilfgaardian warlocks were, directly into a large lake. Such terrifying power, even Danny was shocked. When the celestial spheres converged, more than 10 planets collided, and Danny quietly helped them resolve the White Frost disaster. The civilizations did not go extinct, and they also came into contact with the teachings of the seven gods, and also introduced churches and priest systems on different scales. When the law of space-time travel was first understood, the faith of the seven gods was no longer limited by space-time, and almost without exception, the seven gods became the mainstream faith of the world in just over 10 years. In addition, Siri and Danny often sent some believers of the seven gods to travel to other worlds, and the faith of the seven gods had already spread in that void domain. At least 30 worlds provided Danny with the power of faith. Unknowingly, the believers evolved, and there was a qualitative change. When the believers used the palm of the Virgin Mary again, they could borrow a part of the physical power of the Virgin Mary. It was equivalent to the clone of the Virgin Mary personally attacking, and that power, after resurrection, the Virgin Mary's palm became the second forbidden spell to be restricted by Danny. In the early years, as long as one was promoted to a level 4 great priest, there was a certain chance of understanding the Virgin Mary's palm. After the long night, it was changed to a level 5 demigod. At this time, angels below level 3 could forget about it. Killing an entire warlock group with one palm was too domineering, and it affected the balance of power too much. It did not conform to Danny's plan of the Seven Gods Church to be gentle, harmonious, low-key, and down-to-earth. When Danny was 500 years old, she finally stopped interfering in the mortal world. She gave up the title of Empress and did not let her successor rule the world as Emperor. In fact, when Danny was 100 years old, the world's population had recovered to 60% of what it was before the long night. In fact, she had gradually given up her rule of the world. When she was 500 years old, the celestial emperor was no longer around, and she was only the divine king. Even Slave Bay and Astapor's hometown were handed over to her nth crown prince. From then on, Christmas was really Christmas. If one wanted to celebrate Grandmaster Danny's birthday, they had to have the ability to go to the astral world. Another 500 years later, the Dragon Queen completely became a legend, and there was no trace of her in the world. In this 1,000 years, the celestial spheres converged twice in the Song of Ice and Fire world. The first time was very small, and the worlds only approached without colliding. It lasted for a few months, and a group of otherworlders migrated in. The second time was huge, and dozens of worlds collided. Danny even took action again, and quietly blocked the destructive white light for the many worlds. At this time, the faith of the seven gods had spread to thousands of nearby worlds, and the number of heavenly angels had exceeded 10,000. After 1,000 years, Yennev finally started with the Song of Fire, and Ciri started with the Song of Wind. The two women joined forces with 3 angels of the seven gods who could use the Holy Mother's palm, and successfully blocked the second white frost of the demon hunter world. The first white frost was blocked by Danny. The Holy Mother's palm has a miraculous effect on white frost. This news was spread by the Lady of Space and Time, Ciri, and the seven gods' missionaries to various worlds. With the first time, there was a second time, and when the second interception was successful, more and more worlds summoned level 3 angels to save the world when the world was in danger. Not all civilizations could summon angels to save the world. First of all, they could not do it at the last minute, and had to have enough power of faith. Second, the world had given birth to angels before, and it was best if they were level 3 middle angels or above. Lastly, the white frost could not be too strong. The world, the church, and even the lower universe. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Danny, however, encountered the first cultivation bottleneck in her life. Her progress of the flame of creation was stuck at 85.7%, and no matter how she tested the songs of the 4 elements in hundreds and thousands of worlds, she could not advance any further. For a whole 500 years, the progress bar did not move at all. If it were Lalo, he might have been able to encourage himself with precision down to 9 decimal places, but Danny could not help it. She did not lack patience, but she had a vague feeling that she would never be able to master the first flame in the lower universe. But the first flame was incomplete, and she was not qualified to explore the secret of the white light. Here came the problem. To master the first flame, she had to leave the lower universe. But if she left the lower universe, she would lose the opportunity to understand the ice of destruction. It's time for me to start a new journey. Danny looked at the sky, and her gaze pierced through the dimensional fog, and saw a sea of bright stars. There was something there that made her flame of creation restless. Chapter 1155. Dragon Calendar Year 1600, Spring. In the 5-dragon cave south of Astapor, the originally spacious white jade square seemed especially small today. It was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. There were more than 1,000 people, all of them Targaryens. There were leaders of various families, kings of kingdoms, and demigods who had long escaped the danger of their lifespans. "Brandon, where have you been? I haven't seen you in a few hundred years." The dwarf pulled the former crazy prince, his face full of enthusiasm. "My third tribulation is coming soon. What else can I do but work hard to earn merit?" Bran said dejectedly. Once they heard about the tribulation, a group of demigods of Targaryens surrounded him. There were 400 to 500 of them. "So soon? Bran, didn't you just go through your second tribulation 500 years ago?" "Yeah, why are your tribulations so frequent? Bran, are you confident?" "I've been feeling uneasy recently. I often wake up in the middle of the night, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Is the tribulation coming soon?" The dwarf used his high status to push the juniors aside and said to Bran with a forced smile, "In about 20 years, my first tribulation will come. Bran, if you have any tricks to go through the tribulation, you must teach me." Looking at those who have gone through the tribulation in the past 1,000 years, more than 70% of them have died in the first tribulation. It's terrifying. Yeah, it's terrifying. The soul disperses, the cultivation disappears, and only the life imprint is left to reincarnate, the nearby Targaryen said sadly. "Bran, you're the first to go through the tribulation, the first to go through the tribulation, the first to encounter the second tribulation, the first to go through the second tribulation, and you're about to go through your third tribulation. You must have a lot of experience, right?" Yimont with the scar also came over. There are 4 main essentials to going through the tribulation. Looking at the hopeful and respectful gazes around him, Bran's heavy heart relaxed a little. First of all, the tribulation can only be resisted, not evaded. Those who fled to the other world after sensing the impending tribulation are completely brainless. Why don't you think about what realm the old ancestor is at? If even you can go to the other world, is it difficult for the heavenly tribulation to follow? The power of the heavenly tribulation will be doubled for those who flee to the other world. Thus, the failure rate of the tribulation is now as high as 74%. "You also ran away back then, right?" Dany asked. I escaped. That's why I'm deeply moved. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a triple demigod in my cultivation of magic, body, and sword, and even borrowed Geralt's sword of space-time, there's an 80% chance that I wouldn't have been able to withstand it, Bran said awkwardly. "The sword of space-time? Is it the divine sword that the ancestor gave him in Ciri?" someone asked. "Yes, that's the sword. This is the second main point of the heavenly tribulation." Bran raised 2 fingers. The heavenly tribulation artifact. Powerful divine artifacts could help the cultivator withstand the heavenly tribulation. Actually, the sword of space-time wasn't very effective. If it were in the shape of an umbrella or an iron shield, the defensive efficiency would be higher. For example, the human crown of Westeros has its own merit and destiny. It should be able to block the heavenly tribulation. Looks like I'll have to find a divine craftsman to create a heavenly tribulation armor for the next 20 years, the dwarf said thoughtfully. The third main point of the heavenly tribulation is strength. Needless to say, at the end of the day, the heavenly tribulation is a test of your cultivation progress. It's no different from the final exams in school. If you have excellent results, you're naturally not afraid of exams. At the same time, if you have good results in one subject, you'll also fail in other subjects. Therefore, it's best to cultivate magic, body, and skills. Everyone nodded silently. The stronger one was, the easier it was to survive the heavenly tribulation. This was a matter of course. Finally, it's merit. Merit is the most practical and the most useful treasure for surviving the tribulation. First of all, with the addition of merit, the interval between the heavenly tribulation will be much longer than others. No wonder you, Bran, are going to undergo the third heavenly tribulation in a short 1,500 years. Everyone was enlightened. That's why I've been thinking of ways to earn merit recently. Bran sighed. Other than prolonging the interval between the heavenly tribulation, Merit can also offset the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's too useful. Devil power is easy to obtain, but merit is hard to earn. I've been a herdsman in a poor mountain village for 300 years. I've saved thousands of people and helped countless children open up the path of cultivation. I've never collected any fees, but I've only accumulated 40 merit points. It's too bad that when I was king in my early years, I got drunk and whipped 2 maids to death. A total of 20 merit points were deducted. After that, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have become king even if you beat me to death, someone lamented. I'd like to continue being king. I've been king for 40 years and earned 800 merit points. After I abdicated, I cultivated for 1,200 years and did a lot of good deeds. Instead, I lost 150 merit points, someone disagreed. Cousin, you're talking nonsense. How can you lose anything? The king from before was full of suspicion. Why can't I? When I was king, I had people following me everywhere. No one dared to offend me, and I didn't have the chance to kill anyone. After I abdicated, I traveled the world alone. Those bastards didn't know who I was. They thought I was putting on airs and was an old man who liked to show off. The cousin's handsome face was full of grievances. I'm just used to fine clothes, good food, and good service. Is it too much to hire 8 beautiful female elves to carry a palanquin? I've lived like that my whole life. But those fellows just couldn't stand it. They were jealous and wanted to provoke me. You guys know that I have a bad temper. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. So, I started a fight. If I kill someone, my merit points will be deducted. You don't deduct merit points from killing people in battle, right? Danny asked doubtfully. Everywhere I go, people provoke me. I've killed a little too many. The cousin sighed. Based on the way he's doing things, only 150 merit points will be deducted for 1,200 years. That's really very little, Brandon complained. Sigh. It's hard to earn merit, but easy to get sin. It's hard, Tyrion said. Bran smiled proudly. You guys haven't found the right way. What? Everyone asked anxiously. Missionaries from another world. Tise. And here I thought it was something else. The onlookers were disappointed. Missionaries from another world have been around for 1,000 years. I've been one too. I only earned 98 merit points in 400 years. It's better than being a herdsman at home. But it's dangerous to preach in another world. The mortality rate is as high as 25%. Someone lamented. Hee hee, you guys haven't found the trick. Bran's smile was smug and mysterious. What trick? Tyrion asked curiously. This. Bran hesitated again. There are too many people here. Let's talk later, he said softly. But the people around him were all demigods. No matter how soft he was, they could still hear him. Bran, are you going to cut yourself off from the Targaryen family? Bran, the old ancestor is coming. I'm going to complain to her. You don't respect your elders, you don't love the young. You betrayed the family. Fuck, do you have to be so ruthless? Bran's face was pale. Bran, everyone here is Targaryen. There are no outsiders, Scar Ymont said sternly. Bran glanced at his uncle and sighed. Actually, it's very simple. Find the destined person to be your backer. Be more specific. Before we met another world, our merit came from the Holy Mother. But in another world, the will of the other world will also reward those who help the world. Following the will of the heavens is the greatest merit. How do we follow the will of the heavens? There's nothing simpler and more rewarding than helping the destined person complete the will of the heavens, Bran said solemnly. The dwarf spat out the word dragon, a dragon swear word, and slapped Bran's butt hard. Kid, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Hee hee, you've been avoiding Ciri all those years ago. But I've been following Geralt and Ciri to the end. Guess what? Bran raised his right hand proudly. 500, a total of 500 merit points. Holy shit. The eyes of the Targaryens turned red. That's not right. If you have so much merit, why do you have to go through heavenly tribulations? Danny raised a question. Sigh, choosing the destined person is even harder than buying stocks with potential. In a period of time, There's only one destined person. Buying the wrong stock will result in a loss. Choosing the wrong true dragon will result in a loss of merit. In the early days, I used the ancestors and Siri as a template and habitually chose people of noble birth who met with misfortune. In a world dominated by Western civilization, it was still considered smooth sailing. Even if I was wrong, they were the destined person's friends or subjects. There was always a small profit. But in a world dominated by Eastern civilization, I was wrong to choose those with noble status. Wrong to choose those with brilliant literary talent. Wrong to choose those with handsome looks. Wrong to choose those with elegant temperament. They're all the destined person's rivals. I've lost so much. Bran wailed and said proudly, but it's the same as trading stocks. I've lost so much. I've gradually figured out the trick of choosing the destined person for different civilizations. Big Brother Bran, the next time you preach in another world, bring me along. Grandpa Bran, I'm your biological brother's great-grandson. Remember to invite me to join your group next time. The juniors looked envious and surrounded Master Bran to flatter him. Bran was proud and waved his hand casually. We'll talk about it next time. Bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a good method? Yimont with the scar had a ferocious look on his face. He grabbed his ear and twisted it with all his strength. I loved you so much back then, you unfilial grandson. You're really a good-for-nothing. The dwarf was also full of resentment and kicked him fiercely. This kid had kept him in the dark for more than 2,000 years. How much merit should he have earned in these 2,000 years? If he didn't earn, he would lose. He had caused him to lose a few thousand merit points. How much hatred was there? Seeing the resentment in his elder's eyes, Bran said bitterly, I knew it. If I didn't tell you, you'd admire me. If I told you, you'd hate me for not telling you earlier. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why should I tell you earlier? When I was full of sins, did you contribute any merit to me? Bran said angrily. Legs saw the commotion and walked over. He said calmly, Mother is coming. What's with the commotion? Have you forgotten the Targaryen family's teachings? Cultivation and life are very personal matters. No one has the responsibility to pay for Bran's sins. Similarly, he has no responsibility to disclose the opportunities he discovered to you. After today's assembly, demigods are not allowed to leave. Follow me to the Moon Palace and be confined for 200 years. Father, I'm not making any noise, Yimont with the scar said anxiously. No, Master, my heavenly tribulation is coming. Bran wailed. Old ancestor, I know I'm wrong. But I have to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Tyrion laughed happily at the side. Leg glanced at his uncle and said nothing. You still have the cheek to laugh. You haven't sung the Song of Laws even now. Jon shook his head and laughed bitterly. Arguing with a group of juniors over the heavenly tribulation, aren't you ashamed? The dwarf's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, You can sing the Song of Laws, but you'll also have a heavenly tribulation. A demigod who has comprehended the laws will have a heavenly tribulation of 100,000 years. Within 100,000 years, I'll definitely be able to sing the complete Song of Laws, Jon said. Chapter 1156. You have no idea what I've done for Targaryen. As long as I'm still in this world, I won't be able to improve my realm, Tyrion said agitatedly. But you've been wandering outside. Jon said. What did you do? Bran asked curiously. I was crowned by your ancestor as, at this point, the dwarf suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said agitatedly, Fuck, I almost forgot. The 7 stars crown belongs to me. That thing is a defensive divine artifact. It might be the same as the human crown, a divine artifact of the human race with its own merits. I've been riding a donkey looking for a donkey. As expected, your ancestor was right. Karma has its retribution. My efforts will definitely be rewarded greatly. However, is the 7 stars crown buried in my grave? I'll go dig it up a few days later. I still remember its location. No, first Prince Tywin is the crown prince that I've appointed. That son of a bitch inherited my throne and must have inherited my crown, just like the Westeros crowns. What are you talking about? Bran asked blankly. The dwarf ignored him and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I have to ask White Pigeon, that little girl. Which paradise island did she go to in heaven? Ymont, where's Ymont? He looked around and shouted excitedly. Ymont could freely travel between heaven, earth, and hell. He definitely knew the whereabouts of his ex-wife. Granduncle is looking for me? Ymont with the scar leaned over. Oh, not you. Granduncle is looking for me? 4 or 5 juniors named Ymont leaned over. Not you guys. Old Ymont, Scholar Ymont, where are you? This is a gathering for the living. The old man won't be joining. A red light flashed and Dany appeared in front of the square. The White Knights and Blood Brotherhood appeared with her. The White Knights were only left with Old Bart, Bran, and Dark Star. The Blood Brotherhood was only left with Jorgo. The rest were either Saint Seiya's in heaven or helping Jorgo manage the Solar God Palace in the astral plane. It could be said that the son inherited the mother's work. Greetings, mother. Leg and little Dany knelt down. Greetings, grandma. Greetings to great-grandmother. Greetings, grand ancestor. The crowd was like dominoes with Dany as the center. From near to far, the crowd knelt down layer by layer. It was a spectacular sight. Dany nodded and said directly, "This time, I summoned all of you here to announce 2 things. Firstly, Earth has entered the late Ice Age. I need a group of direct descendants to marry the spies from the bottom of the sea. Your descendants will become the royal family of the Western world." Why the spies? Why are they only from the West? Tyrion frowned. He had been cultivating on Earth recently, and he often interacted with the people on Earth. Among the existing advanced civilizations, only a small number of people are natives of Earth. The marriage was to repay karma. A portion of the will of the world that I controlled should have belonged to them. The East is a forbidden area. The fate of humans can only evolve naturally. No one can interfere with it, Dany said. Why is the East a forbidden zone? Tyrion asked again. Just be obedient. I don't need to explain my arrangements to you. The dwarf rubbed his nose and did not ask any more. Grand Ancestor, I am willing to serve Targaryen. I can provide 8 sons. Grand Ancestor, I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. You can choose as you wish. A group of Targaryens shouted. Grand Ancestor Dany nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The second thing is that I will fall into a deep slumber in the coming days. The world will be completely under the control of the 7 gods." The 7 gods were Dany's believers. The Targaryens knew almost all of them. This news was like an earth-shattering clap of thunder, exploding everyone until they were dizzy and terrified. Even a towering jade pillar was not enough to describe Grand Ancestor Dany's weight. She fell into a deep slumber. Why would she fall into a deep slumber? Was she seriously injured? How long would she fall into a deep slumber? What would the Targaryens do? For a moment, they were filled with confusion and panic about the future. Grand Ancestor Dany pressed down with both hands. Without waiting for them to ask, she explained, "I fell into a deep slumber because the environment of the lower universes could not satisfy my cultivation requirements. For ordinary cultivators, the myriad worlds, countless planes, countless treasures, and countless strange bloodlines here are enough. However, the lower universes are the graveyard of the worlds of the losers. The laws of the higher universes are less and less helpful to me. Hence, my main consciousness will enter the higher universes and seek opportunities in the countless powerful and vibrant worlds." I see. The Targaryens heaved a sigh of relief. The Grand Ancestor had not declined. Instead, she had become stronger. She was so strong that the myriad worlds of the lower universes could not contain her. Must it be the main consciousness? Can it be a spiritual projection? Leg's eyes were filled with reluctance. His expression was still solemn and cold as he maintained the demeanor of a great clan's leader. Dany shook her head and said, "Separated by the dimensional barrier between the upper and lower universes, the spiritual projection cannot be maintained for long. However, I am not sure how long it will take for me to complete my cultivation. Secondly, a projection is only equivalent to a single thought. The main consciousness is the amalgamation of countless thoughts. In terms of sensitivity and speed of comprehension of the laws, the projection is definitely inferior to the main consciousness. Lastly, and most importantly, the first flame represents completeness. A single thought is not qualified to grasp the complete first flame. After you fall asleep, we can no longer contact you? Asked the dwarf with a frown. That's not the case. My main body still has a part of my consciousness. You may even accidentally encounter me outside of time. My power and all the songs of the laws that I have comprehended will be given to Blackie. The 7 gods will take over the world's dominance. You have to be more cautious in the future, said Danny. Without the songs of power and laws, won't it be dangerous for you to go to the upper universes? Asked Leg worriedly. My power and laws come from the world. If I don't hand them over, I can't leave. Even if she did not completely give up her bloodline and power, there would always be a rope connecting her to the Song of Ice and Fire world, preventing her from entering the upper universes. Shaking her head, Danny did not voice her guess. There will definitely be danger. There is never a lack of danger on the path of cultivation. However, you don't have to worry too much. In the new world, it will not be difficult to comprehend the songs of the laws again. In fact, giving up my power will make it easier for me to integrate into the new world. The immense power will only arouse the vigilance of the other world's will. After you leave, the world will probably undergo an unprecedented change, said Tyrion with a sigh. The 7 gods can control the situation. After a pause, Danny advised, from now on, continue to do what you should do. Similarly, don't do what you should not do. I am easy to talk to, but the 7 gods are difficult to talk to. Its rules will be stricter than when I was here. Targaryen will lose a large part of its privileges outside of the rules. The Targaryens had grim expressions. Let me give you another piece of advice. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Accumulate more merit and do less evil. We will follow the teachings of mother, grandmother, and ancestor. The Targaryens bowed in agreement. Dany's gaze fell on her cheap son. Seeing the worry and confusion in his eyes, she sighed. Leg, after I leave, you will be the Targaryen leader. You have to restrain the actions of the younger generation. The rules of the clan must not be abolished, the laws of the country must not be violated, and the teachings of the 7 gods must not be forgotten. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of the clan. The tall man's eyes were red. A man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. The Targaryen dynasty has lasted for more than 1,500 years. Perhaps, the world is developing very quickly. Now, even the concept of a floating city has been brought up. While the convergence of the celestial bodies has brought us new technology, powerful and vibrant new ideas and new bloodlines have also come with it. New ideas represent the budding of change. Talents similar to the elven race's ancient blood and the Targaryen true dragon's blood are rare in all the worlds. However, when there are many powerful foreign bloodlines, it represents the power of change. There are hundreds of kingdoms in the world, large and small, and all the royal families come from the Targaryens. It is too conspicuous and too ostentatious. In the future, if something happens to certain kingdoms, you do not have to mobilize a large force. You only have to protect the people. Do not use the power of the entire clan to oppress the other party. When I was here, the will of heaven was always with the Targaryens. When I leave, the 7 gods will control the book of fate. It will only make the choice that is most beneficial to the world. It will not indulge you. The birth of a new child of destiny is inevitable. The Targaryens had terrified expressions. Dany sighed and said faintly, do not be too attached to the change of worldly power. Humans are the foundation of a family. Leg did not expect his mother to say such words. He was stunned and did not know how to react. Is there a need for this? Tyrion frowned. Only you are allowed to create revolutions and experiment with new ideas in other worlds, but you are not allowed to ferment new ideas in our world? Sigh, it seems that these old bones of mine will have to place more attention on the world. I can't really let the glory of the Targaryens wither away bit by bit. The dwarf sighed and made a decision in his heart. Do not force things. Other than the main world, I have also placed 3,000 small worlds in the astral plane. Families that have lost their kingdoms can retreat to the small worlds. They can guarantee you riches and honor. Everyone knew that since the old ancestor had said so, she must have seen something in the river of time. For a moment, the atmosphere was sorrowful. It was as if the Targaryens had been completely wiped out. There were even some young juniors who started sobbing. When the old ancestor Dany saw this, she could not bear it. With a flip of her right hand, she took out a golden parchment and said, "The cycle of karma in this world and the rules of good and evil being repaid are set by me. No one can change them. Hell is the judgment of the dead, and the heavenly tribulation is the judgment of the eternal. No one can escape." This true dragon's 9 transformations was prepared for the Targaryens' tribulation. It mainly has 2 major abilities: purifying true dragon blood and strengthening physique. If your true dragon blood is too thin, after completing the first 3 transformations, you can become a paladin. When you become a level 4 Grand Knight, you will obtain the Sacred Blood, divine spell that only the Targaryens can encounter. Continue to cultivate the last 6 transformations. Blackie will use the Sacred Blood, divine spell to moisten things and silently provide you with his blood. After completing the 6th transformation, you will completely change your useless talent. You can freely switch between human and megalosaurus. You can also partially transform your body into a dragon. It sounds very powerful, but the process is a little complicated. Can't you just ask Blackie for his blood? Tyrion asked. After I leave, Blackie will obtain all of my power. He will leave the mortal world and become the guardian of time and space. You won't be able to see him at all. At this point, Dany glanced at White Knight Bran and threw the parchment to Tyrion. She said to him, "Bran, let's talk in private." Barristan and Dark Star looked at each other in confusion and stayed outside the quiet room with Jogo. "You touched the timeline," Dany said. Bran thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the time I visited Robb in his dreams?" Chapter 54. Yes, you borrowed my power and successfully changed the past. I didn't succeed, Bran said bitterly. You successfully changed the past, but the result was not what you wanted, Dany said calmly. I can't compare to you. I was just trying to change a person's fate. Bran sighed. I can pay the price of changing the past, but you can't pay the price of the result you want, Dany said. What price? Bran was confused. About 500 years later, you'll understand. From today onwards, your ability to travel the timeline will be completely sealed. This is the punishment of the 7 gods. Bran was silent. Continue to guard the world gate. Barristan, Jogo, Jello, follow me outside of time. After jumping to the upper universe, Dany began to use the 4 elemental universes of darkness, ice, water, and Earth, where the 4 megalosaurus were as a channel to find worlds that resonated with Earth's origin. Surprisingly, but naturally, she found many real worlds derived from movies and dramas in her previous life. Even the Song of Ice and Fire world was the real world of Game of Thrones. It seemed normal to encounter worlds such as Resident Evil, Chronicles of Narnia, Jin Yong, and so on. Unfortunately, those worlds were of no help to Dany. She was not willing to invest too much of her origin and only used a thought to reincarnate randomly. The end of a lifetime, the end of transmigration. For example, in the Resident Evil world, she became a researcher in Raccoon City. When she was testing the tyrant, the experiment malfunctioned and she was bitten to death. The experience was terrible. Chapter 1157. The Western civilization's low martial arts, low magic, and even pure technology were of no help to Dany. On the other hand, although she didn't get anything from the Eastern world, she had a lot of fun. For example, in the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, she split a part of her consciousness and randomly reincarnated into Nun Miju. When the previous sect master Feng Ling passed away, she found a box of small files and slowly sharpened them, cutting the heavenly sword in half. After that, she devoted herself to cultivation. She didn't have anything to do with her junior brothers, nor did she care if her old brothers were killed by the Ming cult. She didn't even watch the good show of Zhang Chuishan and Yin Susu fighting for the dragon saber. When she was 30 years old and reached a bottleneck in her martial arts cultivation, she went down the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw the Mongols slaughtering a Han village. It didn't matter if she didn't see or hear, but after seeing and hearing, she couldn't help it. She killed and killed. She killed the small ones and the big ones. Finally, she killed the Dog Emperor and several important people in the imperial court, including Prince Ru Yang. At that time, Zhao Min's fertilized egg hadn't formed yet. After this battle, the name Divine Nun Miju resounded throughout Jianghu. When she was 16 years old, she followed Master Feng Ling to travel Jianghu. She even used the Amei sword technique and her white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was called Fairy Jin Xia by the people of Jianghu. But the battle in Dadu was too fierce. Everyone was terrified. Plus, she was older. 30 years old was already considered a senior, so she became a divine nun. The word divine was not ordinary. In Jianghu, only the 3 Shaolin divine monks and her could be recognized by all the heroes of Jianghu. Old Taoist Zhang was an immortal, so he was a level higher than them. Later, the divine nun also participated in the siege of the Guangming cult. It had nothing to do with conquering the world or morality in Jianghu. There was only one reason: a religious war. Zhang Sanfeng was an open-minded immortal. Why did he always see the Ming cult as a demonic cult? He was more than 100 years old. Did he need Zhang Wuji to teach him the principle of heroes don't ask where they come from? Who didn't know that the Ming cult was the most active in fighting against the Yuan dynasty? Zhang Sanfeng was neither blind nor deaf, nor was he stupid. However, he also understood that he represented Taoism. As the leader of Taoism in the world, he had the responsibility to uphold the orthodoxy of the Central Plains. When Divine Nun Danny held the heavenly sword in her hand and cut the cucumber in the 5 elements flags, Zhang Wuji appeared again. That little thing is really unlucky. Even the Ruyang mansion has been picked, but it still managed to encounter the Xianming elders. Of course, it was also the divine nun's fault that she acted a bit too early. At that time, the Xianming elders had not yet pledged their allegiance to Prince Ruyang. Zhang Wuji once again set a 3-palm agreement with her. Divine Nun Danny was very modest. "Kid, you're not bad. Although you don't have a brain, you have a good heart. This poor nun doesn't want to hurt you, so I'll use the most common iron sand palm to test your skills." The iron palm was a third-rate secret technique, but it was a fire attribute technique. In Danny Shirtai's hands, it was even more powerful than the 9 Yin white bone claw and the 18 dragon subduing palms. With just 1 palm, Zhang Wuji's internal organs were charred, even though he had activated the 9 Yang divine art. No one knew the true identity of the dead on Niu. Zhou Zhihua was still chopping firewood on Mount Amu. Reality proved that even without the Ming cult and Zhang Wuji, the Han people could still revive China. The secret techniques of the martial arts world were not of much help to her, but the personal experience of roaming the world and settling grudges was great. After leaving the small world, Danny looked forward to encountering a great martial arts world. Before long, she found her target. Unfortunately, that world was even more exclusive than the Song of Ice and Fire. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not completely sealed. There was always an entrance to the North Pole, but the Divine Path world was completely sealed. It was tightly wrapped in a web of laws woven with the power of faith. It was truly as round as a chicken egg. Its use of the power of faith had reached an unimaginable level. If Danny could learn this technique, the Holy Mother of Believers would definitely be greatly improved. She called it the Divine Path world, because of its ingenious method of driving the power of faith. At the same time, it was also a classical immortal martial arts world. Danny became more and more interested in it. She knew that the worlds in the upper universe would always rise and fall. A single world was like an elevator in an elevator. When it reached the floor, even if it did not open the door, there would be a crack in the door. Hence, she had been guarding the border between the dark universe and the Divine Path world. When the Divine Path world rose and fell, she would quietly slip through the crack in the door. There were only dark elements in the dark universe. Originally, There was no concept of time. Danny's location was close to the Divine Path world. The river of time in the Divine Path world gave this dark domain a faint concept of time. After guarding for about 3,000 years, she was extremely bored. She sang the dark song again. She tried her best to hold it in, but the ethereal voice still spread far and wide. Someone came to find her. Oh, there were no humans in the dark universe. She was a local dark demon god. She was like the god of frost in the ice universe. You can sing. It was a shadow of darkness that had turned into a substance. The shadow was long and twisted, and there seemed to be thousands of eyes in it. Her voice sounded like a spider's furry claws crawling on one's face. It was very creepy and disgusting, but it was also very in line with the characteristics of the dark universe. Sorry to disturb you. Danny was also a mass of darkness at this time, like a concentrated dark glue. However, her appearance was very normal. There was nothing fancy about her. She was just a cloaked giant that was 30 feet tall. Her voice was fleeting, fluctuating between existence and non-existence. Her main temperament was mysterious and unknown. In the dark dimension, this kind of appearance was really normal. She could also be the size of a normal person, but she was small and did not have a deterrent force. Dark demon gods were rare in the dark universe, but demons were often encountered. The bigger the size, the stronger the power. Little things did not dare to provoke her. Why can you sing? Thousands of eyes were filled with doubts and suppressed greed. Can't you sing too? Danny could see that the other party was also a true god. But you are so young, and you can even sing the universe's original song. She seemed to be very simple. The jealousy, greed, and fear in her heart could not be concealed at all. People's hearts were complicated. Danny did not care about what others thought, but she liked simple people the most. I was lucky. When I was wandering around, I accidentally swallowed a weak dark demon god that was expelled by the world, and I advanced. Now, I am waiting here for the second demon god to be expelled. Danny pointed at the divine Tao world and made a solemn vow. There was also unconcealable greed in her voice. It just happened to be a weak demon god? The shadow was unable to hold back its excitement and gradually approached her. If it wasn't weak, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Danny's figure rose again by several feet, and a powerful aura seeped out of her body. The distorted shadow stopped and stared at her for a long time. Fear overcame its greed, and it said, "The ruler of this world is a light god. Why was there a dark demon god born? It should be a foreign demon god, like me. I plan to sneak in." Is that so? The other party seemed to be somewhat suspicious. You know this world? Danny asked curiously. She found the divine Dai world through the resonance of the origin, but the resonance of the origin could only find the general coordinates of the world. She knew nothing about the world. A long time ago, a light god entered it. When it became the ruler of the world, it immediately sealed the world completely, the shadow said. Solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow. It's impossible for the world to only have light and not have darkness. In fact, this world's umbilical cord is connected to the dark dimension, Danny said. This is a sealed world. It doesn't need to draw energy from the outside world. Impossible. Danny shook her head. I can feel that there are many powerful beings in this world. The strongest among them are not inferior to you or me. It nurtures so many extraordinary people. If it doesn't draw energy from the elemental dimension, how can it survive? Every 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, the light disappears, and the world falls into complete darkness. The dense darkness is equivalent to the total amount of light in the past 10,000 years. No powerful being can escape the fate of becoming food for the light god. In this way, light and darkness are balanced, and energy is balanced. The world will always fluctuate back and forth on a line. It will neither fall nor rise. It will be eternal and immortal. The shadow's knowledge was far beyond Danny's imagination. She was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "You know so much. I've been guarding this place for a very long time." Her voice was faint, as if she wanted to stick her spiky spider claws into Danny's throat. But I've never seen a dark demon god break in. You're unlucky. I've been guarding here for 3,000 years, and I've only seen one. Soon, I'll be the second one. Danny laughed. The shadow was a little hesitant. Should I stay here and wait for you to be kicked out in a weak state? Are you very free? Danny laughed awkwardly. Yes, I smelled the scent of the secret flame and was about to look for an opportunity. When I passed by, I heard your song. She said, Secret flame? Danny was shocked. I'm young, so I don't know what a secret flame is. Secret flame is the flame of creation. You don't even know this? She didn't hide her disdain. Danny was excited. That fire, is it ownerless? Greed made her dark demonic body swell up again. Secret flame has never had a master. She was even more disdainful. Secret flame has no master. Secret flame has no master. It was a simple sentence, but it was like a morning bell. Danny was shocked, and she was stunned on the spot. Ah, yes, you're right. How can a secret flame have a master? The secret flame is everything. After coming back to her senses, Danny laughed crazily. A moment of enlightenment had increased the progress of the first flame by 1%. What's wrong with you? The scent on Danny's body disappeared in an instant, and the shadow was terrified and eager. Nothing. I chewed on that dark demon god and digested its head, so I sang the song of darkness. Just now, I digested its body, and it seems like there's another mysterious power? I don't know, Danny said casually. Gulp. The shadow swallowed. Is it delicious? Do you still have 4 limbs left? It's okay. Digest it slowly. Danny's body shrank, and she lowered her aura and pressure. She said softly, When I saw you, I felt that we were fated, like old friends reuniting. Is that so? The shadow was a little confused. By the way, I'm a stranger. What's your name? Danny asked in a friendly manner. Angorian. See, I said we were fated. Targaryen and Angorian are like sisters, Danny said excitedly. Aren't you a stranger? Angorian was puzzled. Moke Targaryen. Oh. Angorian had little interest in sisters, friends, and so on. Feeling that she was close, Danny began to make a request. Big Sister Angorian, can you take me to see the secret flame? I'm going to guard you here, Angorian said. Knowing that you're guarding me, I definitely won't go in, Danny said. Angorian seemed to be stunned. After a while, she said greedily, I can take you to see the secret flame, but I'm very hungry. Give me one of the demon god's hands in your stomach. Danny gritted her teeth and gave her a small ball of her origin. Ah, it's delicious. Angorian smacked her lips in satisfaction. The two walked along the dark universe for a long time. She stopped and stared at Danny with longing. Stranger, I'm hungry again. Give me another leg. Danny gritted her teeth and gave her another ball of origin. Angorian followed the black driver and began to take a detour. I'm hungry again, she said. Danny sighed and said, How about this? You swallow me into your stomach. When you're hungry, take a bite. When you see the secret flame, spit me out, okay? But I've thought of that for a long time. Stranger, you're so smart. Angorian opened her mouth wide and swallowed Danny. Chapter 1158. It was a bonfire on a pitch-black field. It was a group of stars in the boundless dark sky. It was a chorus of countless living beings. It was everything in everything. This was outside the universe. There was no concept of time or existence. It was an absolute void. A golden flame burned quietly. So beautiful! Danny could not help but leave the dark dimension and step into an empty realm without the concept of existence. Hey, you are, a 5-feet-tall dark demon looked at her in surprise. Angorian, is that you? The secret fire, the source of all existence, was the most brilliant treasure in the universe. It could choose to communicate with any energy dimension, including but not limited to the dark dimension. It drew nourishment from those elemental dimensions, thrived, and finally evolved into a great world. When it communicated with the elemental dimension, The demon gods in the elemental dimension also smelled the aura of the secret fire. They swarmed over like wild dogs that saw their poop. At this time, a large group of demon gods entered this empty realm and stared at the secret fire. While drooling, they were full of desire and greed. At the same time, they were trembling, instinctively feeling fear and humility. Danny looked at the 5-feet-tall demon for a long time, but still could not find the other party's identity from Angorian's incomplete memories. "I am Angorian, but I don't know you." She was very calm. Angorian devouring her was more terrifying than a snake devouring a whale. Just like now, a group of demon gods were watching in the empty realm, but they did not dare to go near the first flame. Whoever went up would die and become an insignificant fuel for the growth of the first flame. Even though Angorian had mastered the insatiable law of Taoe, she was still irresistibly burned into spiritual essence and life imprint. Then, Danny was perfectly reborn with her life imprint and spiritual essence. Even the life imprint was the same. Who dared to say that she was not Angorian? The reason why Danny did not know Angorian's acquaintances was that she did not want to replace her at first. When she found out that the fellow comprehended the law of Taotai, she knew that her idea of making friends was impossible. Angorian's greed was insatiable. Since they couldn't be friends and he had even devoured a significant amount of her origin energy, it was only natural that she would try to kill him. However, after killing Angorian and deciphering the secret flame information found in its soul, Danny was surprised to discover one thing. Angorian had the destiny of the new world evolved by the secret flame. In other words, that lump of secret flame was currently developing a great world. That world was the same as the divine Tao world. It was exclusive and sealed off, and there were even great figures guarding the entrance. The ticket to enter the big world is not worth much to Danny. She has the ability to sneak in. The key is destiny, the right to make trouble legally. This was too important. Thus, she came up with a plan to replace him. But at that time, most of Angorian's memories had already been treated as trash and burned into a piece of spirit. She didn't expect to meet someone she knew in the vast universe. "Oh, I'm Sagrado. How could you forget me? If I hadn't pulled you out of the way, you would have been killed by Emperor Sargeras," the 5-meter-tall black figure roared. "Let me think. I seem to have an impression of you." Danny found a trace in his memories. Angorian was once hunted down by the Titan gods. "I invaded the great world of light some time ago and was exiled to the space-time rift by the main god. I was locked up for 1 billion years. The space-time distorted my memories, and my mind is still a little muddled." "Oh, I remember now. Is it those Titan gods?" "Yes, it's the secret flame Titans." After understanding his old friend's tragic situation, the 5-meter-tall black figure stopped roaring. His voice softened. "Secret flame Titans?" Danny was shocked again. "Are those Titans the spirits of secret flames?" "Yes. The worlds of the top-level universes are all extraordinary. Some worlds with powerful origins have blazing secret flames at their core that are so vigorous that they give birth to living souls of the worlds," Sagrado said with a sigh. There was a lot of information in his words. Danny fell silent and thought about it quietly. First of all, the universe she was in now was not the top-level universe. Second, the worlds of the top-level universes were very powerful. They were so powerful that the initial flame at the core of the world could give birth to living beings who had innate control over the initial flame. This innate creation god? That's too scary and too enviable. Lastly, Angorian and her friends had been to the top-level universe and were even chased by Titans. Even trash like this could be chased down. The secret flame Titans seemed to be a little weak. "Do you remember now?" Sagrado's demonic figure slowly approached her, but he did not have any ill intentions. "I was locked up for 1 billion years. In reality, only half a year had passed in the world," Danny said with a sigh. "Ah, that's too tragic. How twisted is your mind. No wonder you don't even remember me," the 5-meter-tall demonic figure exclaimed. Danny glanced at the secret flame at the center of the void realm. She realized that the creation had not started yet, So she continued to talk nonsense with her old friend. Tell me about the top-level universe. There's nothing much to say. The demon lord used a summoning spell to summon the demon god of the dark universe to fight against Emperor Sargeras. You and I responded to the summon and luckily went to the top-level universe. When the demon lord was cut into two by the Emperor's sword, we fled in all directions. You were scared out of your wits and stood there shivering. I pulled you and ran. We found the passage to the dark universe and returned to the lower universe. Sigh. The top-level universe is rich in origin power. It's too dangerous, the 5-meter-tall demonic figure said with a sigh. Danny said numbly, I thought we fought 300 rounds with Sargeras and couldn't win in one move, so we ran away. What are you thinking? Emperor Sargeras is the god of war among the secret flame titans. Even the demon lord is not his match. How strong is the demon lord? Danny asked curiously. Countless times stronger than us. Their song of law is imprinted in the heart of the void of the top-level universe. They have unlimited power and eternal life. But they still died under Sargeras' sword, Danny said disapprovingly. No, they didn't die. Sargeras can't kill the demon lord. As long as the universe still exists, the demon lord can be resurrected from the heart of the void. Fuck, so buggy? What is the heart of the void? Even the secret flame can't kill it. Its energy level is definitely not lower than the secret flame. But how is that possible? Danny was shocked. Just like any river has a source, the source of the dark dimension we are in is the heart of the void. Theoretically, the heart of the void's energy level is higher than the secret flame. I thought the secret flame's energy level was the highest, Danny said bitterly. How is that possible? The dark surface of the 15-meter-tall demon shadow rolled like water waves. It seemed very excited. Some powerful true gods can imprint their true god status at the highest point of the top-level universe. The energy level of the power they control can easily surpass the secret flame. Finally, it stretched out its scorpion tail-like arm and pointed at the flame in the center of the realm of the void. If the secret flame is invincible and has the highest energy level, why would this guy spend so much effort to evolve the world and prove his path? Isn't it because there is still a lot of room for improvement above the secret flame? Danny was silent. After some time, an androgynous, majestic, and sacred voice came from the realm of the void. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was a single god named Eru. I am Eru, chaos appear. The next moment, the ball of first flame exploded into countless stars. Endless dark power was extracted from the dark universe and filled the realm of the void. Black had become a kind of substance. The song of wind was played in a star in the center. The song of fire was played in a star in the center. The song of water was played in a star in the center. The song of earth was played in a star in the center. The song of light, the song of darkness, the song of power, the song of vitality, the song of death, the song of ice. Danny was dumbfounded and felt ashamed of her inferiority. Every star in the darkness represented a song of law. When the first flame scattered into countless stars, it represented countless songs. After staying with trash like Lalo for so long, I thought that the whole universe was trash like him. I was wrong. I should have left the bottom of the well earlier, Danny whispered. Every star was a part of the first flame called Thu, or rather, a thought of it. At the same time, every star was an independent new life. Innate gods. They were as innocent and lively as children. Their songs spread throughout the realm of the void. Most of the time, they sang their own songs. Occasionally, a few of them would sing together, while the rest would listen from the side. At first, they were just a single thought created by Eru. However, as they sang without remembering the years, they gradually understood the melody of their companions. The more they understood, the more they grew. The longer they listened to each other, the deeper they understood each other. Their songs gradually harmonized. This method. Danny was amazed and convinced. She was also full of admiration for Eru. This is the great music of creation. She had also sung many songs of law. However, those laws were still single laws. They were not interconnected and could not evolve into one. At most, she could create polarities from those laws and integrate them into the flame of creation. Before today, she had never known that the first flame could evolve the laws. The laws could also harmonize and perform a unique great music of creation. Danny listened as if she was intoxicated. The demon gods nearby also shook their heads, as if they were little monks who were listening to the Buddha's scriptures with eloquent words. After some time, Danny woke up from her intoxication. She heard a hint of disharmony in the song of the innate gods. She widened her eyes, and there were sparks in the depths of her pupils as she looked at the discordant parts. Gradually, she analyzed the discordant voice. "Valda, you're too beautiful. I like you so much. Let's be together." Danny's expression was strange. Is there an innate God thinking about the mortal world? Then, an even more shocking message was mixed in the song. It came from another star. "Get away, Mirko. You disgust me." Mirko was scared and angry. He gave up on the pursuit of light and focused on the power of fire. Haha. Danny could not help but laugh at such a drama in such a serious situation. "You're going crazy. Get away. Don't disturb us." Her laughter interrupted the song. The demon gods nearby glared at her. Danny ignored them. She sang in the origin language, "Ooh, I want to join the chorus too. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you boast so shamelessly," said a demon god in disdain. After a long time, Iru's voice came. "The more the better. As long as you can keep up with the rhythm." "Angorian, are you stupid? If you can't compete with the spirit of the secret flame, you'll lose face. If you're stronger than it, your song will become its song," said Shagrado anxiously. "I want to know how strong I am," said Danny. With that, she gathered her strength and sang the dark song loudly. Aren't you the song of gluttony?" She diverted some of her attention and said, "I recently swallowed an unlucky person called Moke Targaryen. She happened to have the dark song." "You're so lucky." Soon, Danny could no longer care about what was going on around her. Her singing was drowned out by Mirko. When it came to Mirko's dark song, it was like a broken calorie-meeting thriller. It was like a bag of Wang Wang biscuits being thrown under the rolling stones of a road roller. There was no resistance at all. It was shattered. She could barely hold on because Mirko was singing the song of fire and the song of ice at the same time. "So miserable." "She's being crushed," exclaimed a demon god. "Haha, I told you not to embarrass yourself. You didn't believe me. How can a wild demon god like you compare to the secret flame's song of creation?" Chapter 1159. Danny turned a deaf ear to the mockery of the demon gods around her and focused on the chord. Gradually, her voice was still choppy and out of tune, but she did not stop. She actually managed to hold on, a demon god exclaimed. "She's not strong enough. She won't be able to hold on for long." More demon gods were not optimistic about her chances. Suddenly, Danny had an idea. She remembered that the innate gods could increase their power in sync with the Song of Laws through singing together. Therefore, she stopped fighting Mirko directly and turned to look for other gods. The first one she found was a mid-level god that could sing the Song of Wisdom. "Hello, I'm Angorian." "Hello, I'm Olerin." The other party's reaction was cold with a hint of disgust. Danny still shamelessly tried to get close to the god that would be called Gandalf in the future by humans. "Let's sing together, nay." He did not wait for Danny to finish. He refused sharply and ran away. Danny was not discouraged. There were too many innate gods that were born in the secret fire. Even if 99% of them ignored her, there would still be a few weirdos left. "Are you his god?" a magnetic voice asked curiously. Danny was pleasantly surprised. The other party was a god that could control mountains and poison fire. Even if he was not a main god, he was still very strong. "I'm Angorian, born in the dark universe. What about you?" "I'm Soren, a Maya." "Maya Soren?" That sounded familiar. Danny asked again, "Is Maya a position?" "Just like below, we are all born under Anu. However, Anu also has nobles and lowly ones. Maya is Anu's servant. I'm Anu's servant and also his cousin, Soren said. Anu was a race and Maya was an identity. Danny's mouth twitched. This hierarchy was too clear. The world had not even been created yet, and they were already dividing the gods into different ranks. They were not mortals after all. After the introductions, they did not waste any time and immediately started singing together. Danny was very accommodating to Soren. She took the initiative to harmonize her tune with his. Although Soren was an earth-type god, deep in his heart, he yearned for darkness. With Danny's cooperation, he opened up his heart and showed her his Song of Laws. He did not teach her the Song of the Mountains. Instead, he used his own Song of the Mountains to introduce her Song of Darkness into the tune of Anu's Grand Symphony. To put it bluntly, according to Soren's music score, Danny, who was originally a singer of Hwangmae opera, gradually learned how to sing Peking opera. One was willing to teach and the other was willing to learn. Soon, Soren's essence was tainted with a dark aura, and Danny also figured out the tone of Anu's chorus. Although it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, it was actually a nightclub scum meeting a nightclub scum girl. After singing together for a while, they separated without any reluctance. Soren went to Mirko because Mirko's darkness was thicker. Danny went to Soren's leader, Ori, the god of earth. Ori was very reluctant, but he was honest and did not refuse. He had refused before because Danny did not get along with him at all. Gradually, the Anu found that although god Angorian's darkness was not as strong and harmonious as Mirko's, it was more comfortable than Mirko's. This was because Mirko was very domineering. Not only did he take the lead during the chorus, but he also changed the tune as he pleased, resulting in disharmony. Angorian, on the other hand, was very honest, like a well-behaved little girl who just entered the office for the first time. When your cup was empty, you did not need to shout. She would take the initiative to refill it. She even asked enthusiastically, "Coffee or tea?" At some point, Danny's voice became high-pitched and coherent. Like the other Anu, the tune was melodious and moving. The dark demon god nearby was stunned. She really blended into the choir of creation. Angorian, are you provoking me? Mirko was furious. He came like a gust of wind, scaring away Anu, who had been singing a merry tune with Danny nearby. Danny was left alone. This time, she did not retreat. Their dark songs collided like two waves, splashing water everywhere. They were evenly matched. How is this possible? Mirko was dumbfounded. The demon god in the void realm was dumbfounded. Angorian, do your best. Sagrado was stunned for a moment, then excitedly cheered for his old friend. I am the king of the gods, the first son of Iru. You dare to go against me? Anger erupted like a volcano, and Mirko's voice was disrupted. Anger could not make him stronger. Instead, it broke the harmony between him and the great movement. After an unknown amount of time, his Song of Darkness shattered and was utterly defeated by Danny's tsunami-like singing. No, this is impossible, impossible. Mirko wailed. That's not right this. While howling, Mirko suddenly froze. Then he burst into laughter. His Song of Darkness was like a tidal wave, stirring up terrifying waves again. It was on par with Danny's, and then it shattered Danny with a single blow. This is impossible. This time, it was Danny's turn to exclaim. It's useless. This is the great movement of Iru. The dark song is destined to be sung by me. So, no matter how much you perfect the song, your song is still Iru, and also mine, Mirko said proudly. Danny's face was gloomy. Sai, like I said, this is a thankless task. The theme song of the Secret Flame movement will definitely not be given to outsiders. When you raise the level of the song in the Great Movement, the owner of the Great Movement will learn it at the same time. Sagrado sighed. After a long silence, Danny regrouped and sang the dark song again. At the very least, my strength has truly increased, she said. What she didn't say was that she didn't care about the dark song at all. She was more interested in understanding the overall operation of the Great Movement. That's true. Sagrado nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. In the realm of emptiness, there was no concept of time, so there was no way to calculate it. Danny only knew that after the 49th evolution of the Dark Song, it couldn't be upgraded anymore. It wasn't that the Dark Song had reached its limit, but that the great movement of Iru didn't allow it to be upgraded anymore. If it upgraded again, the power would lose balance. If the darkness completely overpowered the light, the great world created in the future would definitely become a world of darkness. After realizing this, Danny decisively gave up on the main song of the Song of Darkness and started to sing a new song with a chorus that did not have any other Inu singing. "King Mirko, I am willing to submit to you," she said humbly. "Haha, at least you know your place." Mirko was satisfied and left with a laugh. Seeing her integrate the chorus into the great movement, the demons in the realm of emptiness were tempted. How rare is it to be able to participate in the great movement of creation by the spirit of secret flame? Countless demons began to try to integrate into the great movement. Danny felt that they must be laughing like Mirko now. After that, Danny didn't compete with the other Inu anymore. First, she spent some time turning Angorian's law of gluttony into her own. Then, she continued to be subservient to the other Inu. She flattered everyone she met and used the choruses of their songs to please them. For example, she called Manwë God King Boss, and used the Song of Storm to save his Song of Wind. For example, she praised Valda as the most beautiful woman in the world. At that time, the Inu had no gender and no form. She used the Song of the Bane to complete Valda's Song of Stars. For example, she taught Aoki the forging techniques of the other world and sang the Song of Venomous Sand and his Song of Gaia. It was a little strange. Danny wanted to sing the choruses of the good laws, but those evil songs came out unconsciously. It must be Angorian's essence that is affecting me. Everything was going well. All the Inu liked her. She sang more and more choruses, so much so that it was a little scary. Until one day, Danny couldn't help but sing the songs of hypocrisy and flattery. All the Inu were shocked and angry. She is a hypocrite. Many honest gods still sang with her, but they no longer treated her as a friend and partner. Danny had no choice but to go to Mirko. He liked Danny's songs of hypocrisy very much and begged her to teach them to him. Danny hated the songs of hypocrisy and flattery, so she taught them to Mirko without reservation. Mirko started to treat her as his confidant and even told her the secret that he had been hiding in his heart. "I know Iru's plan. It wants to teach the new world to Manwë." He gritted his teeth. "The great movement hasn't officially started yet. How can you be sure?" Danny was shocked. In fact, she also thought that Manwë was the most stable, the most just, and the most suitable to be the king of gods. But she thought that Manwë and Iru were two different concepts. "I am the one who knows the great movement the best besides Iru," Mirko said proudly. Danny didn't refute. She looked at Mirko's laws. Fire, ice, and darkness were all songs of the high-level elemental laws. The other Inu, even Manwë, only had one type. Most of them had less powerful choruses. In this period of time, Danny also understood the situation of the other Inu. Mirko had the most power and the most abundant knowledge. He had some of the special talents that the other Inu had. It was almost a Pinduoduo version of Iru. "Why don't you go and beg Iru?" Danny suggested for her boss. "No, I won't beg anyone. It's useless." Then, Mirko whispered his dark thoughts to Danny. "I want to find the eternal fire. I want to use the eternal fire to turn my song into reality. I want my creation to fill this empty space. The eternal fire should be the origin of the first flame. Fuck, this guy wants to rebel." Danny was shocked. She was shocked and scared. She wanted to stand on her tiptoes and look around to see if Iru was spying on them. It was fine if Mirko was sent to the furnace to be remade, but if Iru was angry and chased her away, it would be a great loss if she couldn't participate in the great movement. "King, don't," she hurriedly advised. "Iru is your mother. You have to be filial and kind." "You're advising me to be kind?" Mirko's tone was strange. Danny knew that Angorian had no right to talk about kindness. She could only sigh and say what was in her heart. "If you're not kind, you'll die. I'm secretly looking for the eternal fire. If I find it, I won't be afraid of anyone. If I don't find it, I won't do anything. What's wrong with that? Mirko said proudly. Danny was stupefied. Therefore, in the following days, Mirko often went to the realm of emptiness to look for the eternal fire that could never be found. Iru and the other Inu lived in the Hall of Eternity, the realm of emptiness, a sacred area covered by Iru's power. Other than Mirko, the other Inu rarely left the Hall of Eternity. Danny herself was the prototype of the first flame. She was 100% sure that the eternal fire was with Iru. She guessed right. The fire was in Iru's body. However, Mirko didn't die unnaturally. He lived peacefully until the eve of the Great Movement. On this day, Iru called all the Inu to him and announced, "The time is ripe. Chaos will open, and heaven and earth will appear. Today, I want you to work together to create this great movement. The theme of the movement will be greater and more mysterious than what has been revealed in the past. It includes the glory of the beginning of the world and the magnificence of the end." Hearing this, not only were the Inu surprised, but even Danny was stunned. Ir didn't only want to create the world. He was even more ambitious. When he created the world, he wanted to sing the end of the world. How was this possible? Ir didn't care about everyone's shock. Under Mirko's greedy gaze, he took out the eternal fire and ignited all the Inu. From illusory thoughts, they turned into real bodies. Anu had gained the power of reality. Now, each of you should do your best to decorate this theme. Use your thoughts and talents to do your best. I will sit quietly and listen. I will be sincerely happy to see the beautiful poem that you have summoned. Iru's great movement was about to begin. Although she was only a minor character, Danny was still very excited. She had created the world. Chapter 1160. Every Inu was born from Iru's thoughts. They were both Iru's children and Iru's thought clones. They represented a single thought and could barely be considered as independent individuals. After countless years of singing training, large and small choir practice, and even training with foreign demon gods like Danny, Inu slowly evolved. Not only did their songs of laws become stronger and more harmonious, their thoughts also became more perfect, becoming a true unique being. But at that time, they were still illusory imaginations that existed in one's thoughts. For example, when someone was browsing TikTok and saw a beautiful and sexy girl, he would have thoughts in his mind. The person he was thinking about was an illusory existence in his thoughts. Iru was far beyond the imagination of mortals. Its thoughts could exist independently, for a long time and truly. It could even sing and sing with physical demons like Danny. At this moment, Iru took out a part of the undying flame in its body, which was the flame of creation that Mirko was thinking about, and gave the illusory Inu a physical existence. Inu became a true god. Not only did it exist in Iru's thoughts, it was also no longer limited to this empty realm. If Danny had the ability, she could kidnap an Inu. Although every Inu was still a part of Iru, they had truly obtained independent thoughts, personalities, and bodies. However, Inu's bodies were different from those in the material world. Their bodies came from their understanding of the universe before the creation of the world. For example, Mirko was a body of energy that kept boiling like lava. Inside was fire, and outside was ice and darkness. The concept of limbs, head, and torso was blurry. Not only Inu, but Danny, Angorian, Sagrador, and other demon gods were also like naked souls. At this moment, Iru was sitting on the side. Thousands of Inu surrounded it, facing it, and with the greatest passion and joy, they sang their own song in the great movement. The voices of the Anu were like the sum of all the music in the world. There were harps, zither, woodwinds and brass, violins and organs. Countless singing groups were also included in the chorus. Following Iru's theme, their voices created a great movement that intertwined with endless harmonies. The choir of creation was like a wave in the sea, raising high waves as it rushed out of the Hall of Eternity where Anu was, rushing into and quickly filling up the realm of emptiness. The empty realm had no time or existence. It was the purest emptiness. Now, as the echoes of the great movement floated in it, it was no longer empty. A world created according to Iru's theme was gradually formed in the empty realm. The speed of the world's formation was the same as the progress of the great movement. So this is creation. Danny was extremely excited. It was the creation of the world from nothing, not the transformation of the world. This was a rare opportunity, so she became more and more devoted to it. Not only her, but the other demonic gods who were lucky enough to occupy a small position in the choir were also fully focused, instinctively doing their best to contribute their meager strength to the great movement. For a long time, it was perfect. Perfect's theme was the greatest song was the greatest, the most was the most magnificent, the most magnificent, the greatest, the most, and the greatest song was the greatest, the most was the greatest song. Rue's troublemakers come. It was not Danny. She had no desire to cause trouble, and she did not dare to cause trouble in front of Iru. It was her boss, the self-proclaimed king of gods, Mirko. The thought of rebellion rose in his mind again. Although he was the leader of the choir, in essence, the baton was in Iru's hands, and they were singing Iru's theme. Mirko did not want to be just a screw in the great creation of the world, although this screw was very important. He wanted more glory and power. He wanted to steal the main character Iru's show. So, he put his own imagination into the music that was not in harmony with Iru's theme. Well, it was equivalent to changing the score, changing the script, and adding scenes for himself. First of all, Mirko had the ability to change the score. He was the most capable and knowledgeable of all the Inu. Every Inu had their own talent and specialty, and Mirko's talent was a part of all the Inu's talent. Well, not all, just a part, equivalent to the king of the stronghold. Secondly, Mirko had the motive to rebel. He had asked Danny to help him find the eternal fire a long time ago. He himself often left the choir and wandered alone in the empty realm. Many ideas that were different from those of his companions gradually brewed in his mind. Finally, Iru's indulgence gave him the courage to put his ambition on the table. As the spirit of the secret flame, the real god of creation, it was impossible for Iru not to know Mirko's thoughts and actions. But she did not do anything, turned a blind eye, and ignored everything. If Danny was like Iru, she would have slapped the traitor to death. When Mirko put his many discordant ideas into the music, the discordant melody was like a sudden dark cloud, wrapping around him layer by layer. The Inu who were playing along with him were at a loss and could no longer keep up with the lead singer's pace. The harmony could not continue. The Inu were not angry, they just thought that they could not meet Mirko's requirements. So, although they were frustrated, they still tried to make their music work with Mirko. Some of the Inu could not keep up with Mirko's thoughts. Their music was scattered and gradually lost its rhythm. Some of the Inu simply gave up their original ideas and adjusted themselves to work with Mirko. Well, Danny was one of the Inu who tried to work with Mirko. She had no choice. Boss Mirko was the lead singer. She had to work with him or leave. Even the Inu did not want to leave. As a result, the noise caused by Mirko spread around the choir like a plague. The originally harmonious and beautiful movement became a violent and chaotic ocean. Danny glanced at Iru. It was still sitting there quietly and listening, unmoved. Seeing this, she had an idea. Her realm was definitely far from Iru's. What she thought was a flaw, maybe it was a well-planned trick. With this thought, she got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She only left a small part of her attention on the choir and put more attention on the big movement itself and Iru's reaction. Iru smiled. It was actually smiling. It was happier than when the movement was harmonious and perfect. At this moment, the big movement had become a chaotic storm. The music led by Mirko was like a black giant wave, venting its anger and arrogance wave after wave. He was angry because Manwë and the other Inu were not willing to submit to him like Danny and the others. He was arrogant because Manwë and the other Inu worked together to maintain their harmony, but they could not stop his madness. Well, no matter how hard a pot of porridge tried, it could not stop a piece of rat feces. Seeing Manwë and the other Inu retreating step by step, Iru stood up and raised its right hand with a smile. A new theme appeared in the storm. It changed the music score. Danny was overjoyed. She seemed to have discovered Iru's secret. The new theme was similar to the previous one, but not the same. It gathered power and showed a new magnificence. Iru did not change the music score. It just revised the original music score to make it more perfect. Because of Mirko's mess, Iru's grand music of creation evolved. Danny was stunned, confused. Mirko was still going on. He was full of energy and enthusiasm. He thought that he had won all the battles in Iru's first theme, so he was full of fighting spirit and went into the second theme with greater enthusiasm. The conflict this time was fiercer and more violent than before. Many Inu were no longer in the chaotic and violent rhythm. They were shocked and stopped talking. Mirko gained the upper hand faster than the first time. Danny frowned. Last time, Mirko had used 70% of his skills and 30% of his strength. This time, Mirko seemed to have run out of tricks and had only used 30% of his skills. The rest of his skills were purely to cause trouble. The smile on Iru's face disappeared. The Inu only saw his serious expression. Danny vaguely felt that there was a hint of disappointment in the seriousness. Was it expecting the change that Mirko would bring? Danny had a flash of inspiration. Iru was omniscient and omnipotent. He knew the ending of the world before the creation. Was he craving for changes? Yes, he must be craving for changes. Danny suddenly felt the same way. In the lower universe, whether she wanted to or not, as long as she opened her eyes, she would see the beginning and end of fate. She stretched out her ears, and the prayers, pleas, and curses of all living beings in the past, present, and future echoed in her ears. When she opened her mouth, every word and sound that came out of her mouth would determine the direction of the world's fate. She knew too much and was omniscient. She could do too much and was omnipotent. Omniscience and omnipotence was the biggest enemy of the omniscient and omnipotent. The omniscient and omnipotent God of creation could no longer get anything from the creation of the world. But since he worked hard to create the world, he must want something. Humans did not want to do useless work, and the God of creation was even more unwilling. But he was already omniscient and omnipotent. What else could he get? How could he break this closed chain of contradictions? Only variables. Dian 49, Escape 1. Danny was in a trance. She murmured silently, "The omniscient and omnipotent God wishes to create an imperfect world." In other words, the perfection in the eyes of ordinary people is the biggest flaw in their eyes. Iru stood up again, raised her right hand, and slowly added the third theme into the chaotic noise. It was no longer similar to the previous two themes. It was gentle and sweet, and the voice was like the ripples on the surface of a lake in spring. It was elegant and delicate to the extreme. Its power was profound beyond imagination. Danny suddenly realized that Mirko could not surprise Iru anymore. He had personally come to the battlefield. But Mirko did not know his own limits. He thought that he had defeated Iru twice and was ready to continue to fight for the right to lead the movement for the third time. Iru's song was open, beautiful, and profound. It was mixed with infinite sadness, and unparalleled beauty was born from the sadness. Danny could not sing anymore. In fact, except for Mirko, everyone stopped. They could not integrate into Iru's solo. Mirko went against Iru. His voice was loud, empty, and repetitive. It was like a bunch of noisy loudspeakers, trying to drown out Iru's song with monotonous and piercing high-pitched voices. Even so, he was quickly assimilated by Iru. He could not help but imitate Iru, but the arrogance in his heart did not allow him to be Iru's follower. So, he stole Iru's tune, rearranged it, and sang it loudly as his own. For the first time, Danny truly respected her boss me, this kind of stubbornness, this kind of self-satisfied plagiarism, this kind of thick skin she had to admire. Because of the plagiarism, Mirko's music could collide with Iru's. The fierce vibration caused by the conflict shook the eternal hall where Ainu lived. The realm of emptiness in the distance was also shaking. The demons in the realm of emptiness were crying in the chaotic song. The song of creation was about to collapse. Iru was angry. Danny and Ainu saw Iru angry for the first time. Mirko was noisy and noisy. Iru could tolerate it. After all, Mirko was singing his own song. But Mirko had plagiarized him, and so clumsily. Not only did he not get any inspiration, but his own music of creation was also tarnished. Iru stood up for the third time. The expression on his face was so terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. Danny was amused. She glanced at Boss Me, who was proud and puffing out his chest. Chapter 1161. As the creator of the universe, there was no need for Iru to hide his emotions. His anger was so obvious that all the Enos and demons except Mirko saw it. Under the light of Iru's eyes, all the Enos and demons trembled. Danny followed the crowd with a few shudders. Iru stood up straight and raised his hands. At that moment, Danny didn't even know what had happened. A powerful sound came out of Iru's mouth like a sharp sword, penetrating all the limits of time and space and perception. Louder than the sky, deeper than the abyss, Mirko was like a noisy goose whose throat was grabbed by a butcher. The music stopped abruptly. Iru sang the next movement in an instant. Danny couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it. Because the grand symphony of creation, which was originally at the climax, had already ended. It didn't stop, but ended with Iru's magnificent roar. Mirko was also dumbfounded. Iru spoke. Enos, you are all extraordinary people with great abilities. Especially you, Mirko, your ability is the most outstanding. But all of you, Enos, have to understand that I can perform the music you sing more perfectly, surpassing your limits. Then he looked at Boss Me with his holy eyes. Mirko, the ultimate source of all your songs came from me. Without me, none of you and your songs will be able to become reality in the universe. No one can go against my will and change the music at will. Any attempt to change the music will only prove that everything I create is more beautiful than yours, and far beyond your imagination. His words were so direct that even Danny felt embarrassed for Boss Me. The other Enos were afraid when they heard that. Mirko was also ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. But he was too proud and rebellious. Gradually, the shame in his heart turned into anger. Danny could see Boss Me's twisted and ferocious face. Fuck, how dare he? The completion of the grand symphony of creation didn't mean that the creation of the universe was complete. The difference between the two was like an architect designing an ideal building in a computer first, and then a construction worker turning the design into reality. Of course, Iru's methods were far more brilliant than that. After reprimanding his subordinates, he brought Ainu and the others out of the Eternal Hall and entered the Void Realm. The Realm of Emptiness was originally empty, but now, it was filled with the sound of the movement. Look, this is your movement, Iru said. After that, Danny and the rest saw a brand new universe. In the middle of the Realm of Emptiness, a sphere appeared. It was not a physical sphere. Its way of existence was very special. It existed in the void, but it did not belong to the void. It was still a living being that was constantly growing. At this point, Iru began to treat them differently. Danny and the demon gods were unable to see the details of the sphere, nor could they hear Iru's voice. The Enus, on the other hand, were dancing happily in the same demonstration. This is too much. We also contributed. A demon god complained. There were many who agreed, but Danny remained silent. If it were her, she would have made the same choice. After some time, they heard Iru's voice again. See, it said, this is your movement, the reality created by the ballad you sing. Each of you can find everything in the world I created, as if you created or added to it yourself. Mirko, you will find that all the hidden thoughts in your heart will be exposed in the new world. You will see that those discordant noises have become a part of the whole. Of course, they have also contributed to the glory of the world. Danny's heart was burning. She knew that she could also find what she created in the new world. Well, she thought she created it herself, but it was actually Iru who created it. Suddenly, a bright light dispelled all the darkness in the realm of emptiness. Danny focused her eyes and saw everything, and the highest of holiness. That was the origin of the first flame. The real first flame. Iru let everything exist. I will send the inextinguishable flame into the realm of emptiness. It will exist in the center of the universe, and the universe will thus turn from an illusion into a reality. The ball of the universe, from before, was actually a rehearsal of the echo of the great movement in the realm of emptiness. It was equivalent to a holographic 3D projection of a building at a construction site, a projection of the same scale. When the inextinguishable flame filled the illusory projection, the illusion became reality. This was completely different from Taoism's 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The light of the fire occupied the entire vision of Anu and the demon gods from the outer domain. They could only see a flaming cloud in the center. Dani could see more. She was intoxicated, hungry, and crazily absorbed Iru's creation technique. As if a long time had passed, or as if it was only an instant, the light of the fire disappeared, and a new universe called Iru was born. What made Dani fearful was that after completing the creation of the world, it was not as she had expected to die. After Pangu completed the creation of the sky, he declined. If Dani forcefully created the world herself, even if she was lucky enough not to die, she would only be left with the will of the heavenly axiom. Iru was still standing there casually, only showing a hint of fatigue. Its aura was weakened by 90%. The origin of the first flame in its body was reduced by 90%, but it did not die, nor did it become the world's will. It was alive and kicking, chatting and laughing with the other Anu. Iru, this is definitely not the first creation. There is a higher realm above the first flame. Dani had a realization. Iru said, Iru has been formed. You can choose whether to enter the material world based on your own will. As long as you enter the universe, your power will be restrained by the universe, and you will exist in this universe forever. You and the universe are each other's lives, and depend on each other. If one side is missing, the other side will also cease to exist. Dani shook her head and smiled bitterly. There was no such thing as completely voluntary. Every Anu was a representative of the Song of Laws. If they did not enter, who would support the Sea of Laws? As expected, the strongest Anu all bid farewell to Iru and voluntarily entered Iru. Those who stayed behind to accompany Iru were all boorish, people who had power but did not have strong laws, such as the god of strength, Tokus. They returned to the Hall of Eternity where the other Anu lived, and guarded it to the death, acting as the guards of Iru. Dani cursed in her heart. She finally understood why Iru was bragging before the creation. The grand movement included the glory of the new universe's beginning and the magnificence of its end. Great Iru, I also participated in the grand movement. Can I enter Iru? A demon god in the form of a dung beetle asked excitedly. Whether or not you can enter Iru depends on fate, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you participated in the grand movement. Unfortunately, you do not have the fate, Iru said. I participated in the creation, and I don't get any preferential treatment? The demon god shouted unwillingly. You also received rewards during the choir, didn't you? Iru said. How is fate calculated? A demon god asked. Iru was silent for a moment, then said, Your birth is related to my fate. What do you mean? Iru was silent. What else could it mean? The E-clan wasn't born out of nothing. It has an origin, growth, and countless evolutions in the past, present, and future. The demon gods that are related to these are its fated ones. An Earth-type demon god that was as large as a small hill said. What's so good about going in? There's no way out. We can only be free when the universe ends, a demon god mumbled, then turned and walked towards the energy dimension. You don't understand. When the world ends, Iru will sing another grand movement with all living beings, the final grand movement, the dung beetle demon god sighed. How do you know? Dani asked curiously. I heard it during the grand movement. Why didn't I hear it? Dani was suspicious. It's true. I heard it too, another demon god said. You sang blindly with Mirko, but they followed Manwë and followed Iru's footsteps. They must have heard something different, Sagrado said. Is that so? Dani thought for a while and asked, Do you want to go in? Angorian was indeed fated with the new universe. However, she was not the only one. Sagrado and hundreds of other demon gods had the right to enter the first subspace. I'm a little hesitant. Sagrado approached Danny and used telepathy to say, Emperor Sargeras has fallen. He betrayed the organization of the secret Fire Titans. He's currently recruiting troops and is preparing to go alone. The Void Monarch who summoned us previously also submitted to Director Sa. The Lord sent me a message earlier, saying that he thinks I have a bright future and wants to summon me to work in the Burning Legion. Because of that, I changed my name to be similar to Sargeras, hoping to get some good luck. You were also called by the Lord. He thinks that your greedy mouth is most suitable for the job of extracting the planet's origin power. Danny's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say. Why don't we wait in the dark dimension? You know how powerful Sargeras is, an old friend suggested. Before Danny could think, a black shadow flew over from the center of the first subspace and landed at the edge of the universe. It was Mirko's astral projection. He said to the demonic god in the void realm, I need a group of subordinates. If anyone is willing, I'll take out the secret fire to transform your divine bodies. Then, without waiting for the others to agree, Mirko shouted at Danny, Angorian, why aren't you coming over? Why are you recruiting subordinates? Danny asked curiously. As expected, Manwë has become the king of the gods. All the villa have submitted to him. I'm all alone, and I only have a group of Mayans. I can't beat him. Mirko shouted with resentment. Danny hesitated and said, There's a secret Fire Titan at the top-level universe recruiting. He even asked me to be the commander of the Burning Legion. If you're not a commander, how can we be qualified to be a commander? Sagrado quickly said. I'm not any worse than the secret Fire Titan. I'll let you be the commander. Mirko was arrogant. Although you're not a commander, you're still in the top-level universe. There are many opportunities and you can grow quickly. You can't leave the first subspace. You'll be trapped for life, Sagrado advised. I have the secret fire, Mirko said proudly. Forget it. I still want to live a peaceful life. The Burning Legion's enemy is the secret Fire Titan. It's much more dangerous than the first subspace, Danny said. Now, it was Sagrado's turn to hesitate. You're really willing to give us a part of the secret fire? He asked. Of course. I'm the Divine King. How can I go back on my words? Mirko said loudly. Thus, Danny, Sagrado, and hundreds of foreign demonic gods submitted to Mirko. They first separated a small part of their thoughts and put it into their respective energy dimensions before entering the first subspace. Yes, those who could listen to the great movement in the void realm definitely did not lack wisdom and methods. One could only enter the first subspace but not leave. Of course, they had to leave one or a few seeds at home. Chapter 1162. After Io was born, her name in the mortal world became Illuvida. Anu was also divided into two parts because of Ea. The Anu that stayed in the Hall of Eternity was still called Anu, while the Anu that entered the material universe was called Villa. Illuvida and Villa were the names of the ancient elves. When humans were born, they directly called Villa the gods. Villa meant the power that sustains the existence of the universe. It was a very appropriate name, just like Maya Anu's servant. Villa, Maya, and Anu were essentially the same. They were all the manifestations of a single thought at the beginning of creation. They were all natural gods. The only difference was the identity and position given to them. King Mirko, please introduce us to the new universe, Danny said. After entering Ea, they came to a completely dark and cold void. It was different from the void that did not exist in matter and time. The void here was actually outer space. Beyond outer space was the void realm. Ask Soren if you have any questions. I have to keep an eye on Arda all the time, Mirko said impatiently. Well, his attitude changed after he tricked them into coming here. However, Danny, Sagrado, and the other demon gods did not dare to say anything. First of all, Mirko was stronger than them. Second of all, Mirko was not alone. He had thousands of Maya by his side. Ea was a world that was created with the origin of the first flame. It could be said that Ea was its body. Dani did not dare to bring her own flame of creation into Ea. She was now purely in the essence of Angorian. Of course, Dani was not Angorian. She had learned the brilliant song of darkness, the law of gluttony, and dozens of choruses in the chorus. Most of the Aenus were not as strong as her. Big Me's eyes were glowing with evil fire. He stared at the center of the universe that was blooming with light. Maya floated in the empty space with nothing to do. Dani and the other evil gods that had just joined them surrounded the vanguard Soren. "Brother Soren, aren't you Aoli's relative?" She greeted him warmly. "Aoli is dull, Manwë is hypocritical, King Mirko's talent has convinced me deeply." The once bright and elegant young man was now wearing the same dark coat as Mirko. "Lord Vanguard, please tell us about the next tier." "It seems like a long time has passed," a goat-horned demon god said in puzzlement. "You're right. Countless years have passed in the world." Soren had a complicated look on his face. The great movement that we sang in the Hall of Eternity was just the creation of the world in our minds. Even though Isuzu later took us to the Void Realm and showed us the beauty of the new universe, it was only the manifestation of the premonition. When I first came in, the universe didn't have a concrete reality. Everywhere was pitch black, just like now. Soren pointed at the dazzling light at the center of the distant universe. "In the prophecy, it's as if it's pointing out our residence, Arda. Compared to the entire universe, Arda was as tiny as a needle. But it's the most glorious place in the universe, the core of the world, at least for now." Villa used countless years of hard work to turn Arda from darkness, emptiness, and wilderness into a magnificent entity. Then why not go to Arda? Why stay here in solitude and emptiness? Dani asked. Soren secretly glanced at Bosmi and said in a low voice, "Arda was actually built by Manwë, Auli, and Womo. Manwë was responsible for wind, Auli for earth, and Womo for water. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Bosmi's fire was missing. Wasn't Song of Fire the most precious and core elemental law in the world?" "Where's Bosmi?" Dani asked. Sauron whispered, "The king caused trouble everywhere. When the Vala built the land, the king went to tear it down. When the Vala dug out valleys, the king made them into mountains. When the Vala carved out mountains, the king pushed them down and crushed them. When the Vala dug out oceans, the king filled them up and flooded them. In any case, whatever the other Varys created, he would destroy. The king wanted nothing to be peaceful. When Arda was finally formed, he even announced that he wanted to take over everything he saw. So, the angry Villa kicked him out of the 9 main gods. This suited Bosmi's personality, but, without Bosmi's fire, how did Villa create Arda? "The new universe is filled with fire. It doesn't need the master's fire," Soren said. Dani was stunned for a moment before she realized something. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, Song of Fire was noble because it was the easiest way to control the first flame. But if one already had the first flame, there was no need to forcefully raise the status of fire. "Sir Vanguard, tell us about Arda," Sagrador said. "Arda is a basically symmetrical continent. There's a big lake in the center of the continent, and there's a big island called Omeron in the lake. All the Vera and Maya live on the island. Outside the continent was a vast ocean. The ocean surrounded the continent, and outside the ocean was the wall of darkness that we were currently in. In the entire universe, most areas are the wall of darkness. You all know that outside the wall is the realm of emptiness." "What a strange world," Dani muttered. "According to the revelation in the great music, Arda will become a planet in the future, Earth. A demon god with a human head and a snake body said. Why didn't I know?" Dani deeply regretted singing blindly with Mirko. Soren looked at the snake monster in shock. "I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the great music. Even I didn't see that scene. If only I was more generous, I could also become a Villa, or even a main god among the Villa," the snake monster said proudly. "Which main gods are there?" Dani asked. 7 divine kings, 7 queens, and 8 main gods were chosen from the 14 Villa kings. They are Manwë and Valda, Womu, Yavanna and Aoli, Manduz, Nina, and Olami. Danny had participated in the chorus before, so she was very familiar with them. They were all abnormally powerful, worthy of the title of main god. Manwë controlled the power of the wind, Valda was the ruler of stars and light, Wolmu was the ruler of water, Yavanna was the goddess of life, Aoli was the god of earth, Mandus controlled death, Nina was the goddess of mercy and compassion, and Olami was the king of beasts. There was a need to explain why Valda and Nina could become main gods. Different worlds had different laws. In the Song of Ice and Fire world, the Song of Fire was more advanced than the Song of Light. But in Yaya, Valda's light surpassed Mirko's fire. In the early years, Mirko's courtship of Valda had nothing to do with lust. He simply wanted to unite with Valda and completely control the light of the world. Nina's mercy and compassion were also very powerful. She could soothe all sorrows of people and the world, rejuvenating it. She was almost the projection of the first flame on mercy. Nina had always been someone Danny secretly learned from. She gulped and said with difficulty, "Are we going to become enemies with the 8 main gods? There's no hope at all." The snake monster sighed. "No wonder you were banished to the wall of darkness, but we." The goat-horned monster shook its head bitterly. Once they entered Yaya, they could forget about leaving. Don't be afraid. Ability doesn't equal strength. In the first battle of the gods, we had an overwhelming advantage. Soren quickly comforted the evil gods. And then Tokus entered so it was laughing, Tokus. Danny was enlightened. Tokus was the god of strength. He was not as powerful as the 8 main gods, but he was really powerful. If you don't understand the relationship between strength and strength, you can refer to Gandalf the Great Sword. That's right, this was the world of the Lord of the Rings. At first, Danny did not know anything about the Inu. She only felt that Soren's name was familiar. Later, when she joined the Great Movement and saw the future of a small part of the world from the creation movement, she realized that the Lord of the Rings was a world of low martial arts and low magic. Knowing that this was the world of the Lord of the Rings where Gandalf dominated the world with his great sword, she could understand why Laughing Tokus was so powerful. They're tired. They're finally resting. Boss Me's terrifying laughter suddenly echoed in the dark universe. Who's resting? Danny leaned over enthusiastically. Boss Me glanced at her casually. The spy I left on Omeron Island sent a message. Everything has been created. Villa spent a lot of energy and is now exhausted. Just now, in order to celebrate the arrival of the spring of Arda, they held a spring banquet on Omeron Island. Tokus even married Olami's sister, Scimitar, Nissa. Boss Me started to grit his teeth. His eyes spewed out poisonous flames, causing the cold universe to heat up. They're happy, they're dancing, they're satisfied. Boss Me's hatred turned into reality, infecting the Maya and evil gods around him like a virus. Even Danny could not help but release layers of dark smoke filled with fear and hatred. But they're also very tired. Tokus is asleep. Boss Me was very agitated. Villa, whose hearts were filled with secret flames, was like a never-ending engine. They were almost never tired and did not need to sleep. But once they were tired, once they fell asleep, they would sink deeper than mortals, and it would be difficult for them to wake up. This is a good chance. Danny would not let go of any chance to show off. Let's go kill Manwë while Villa is tired. Fool! Boss Me shouted angrily. What do you think Villa is? Do you think fatigue can defeat them? Then what should we do? Danny asked, puzzled. Take over a base first, then destroy everything that Villa has created, Boss Me said proudly. Fuck, that's it? I think we can give it a try. Kill Manwë, then you can become the king of gods, marry Valda, and reach the peak of life. Seeing that Boss Me was about to get angry again, Danny quickly added, I'm doing this for your own good. Boss, you're a born king of gods. For you, I'm willing to fight Villa to the death, even though I know that they're invincible. Boss Me laughed happily. Angorian, you'll be my deputy. When we reach Arda, you and I will each lead a team and attack Villa's giant lamp. Danny did not know much about the giant lamp, but she knew that she had been promoted. King, deputy, I will not let you down. Even the Maya were looking at her enviously, let alone the otherworld evil gods. Master, when will you give us the secret flames you promised? The goat-horned evil god asked carefully. Big Me's lips curled into a frighteningly sinister smile. I'll give it to you immediately. Chapter 1163. The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are more famous. Most people have at least seen the movies, but The Silmarillion does not have such a wide audience. Actually, I have wanted to introduce the content of The Silmarillion for a long time, but it is too complicated. Just the names of Fëanor's son and brother are enough to take one's life. It is almost impossible to introduce them all in one chapter. Later on, I thought that there is no need to introduce the details. After all, I do not know how to write details. Thus, today's chapter is written. First of all, what is the Silmarillion? It is the Bible of the Lord of the Rings world, and it is also a parallel of the Bible in reality. Personally, I feel that it is more awesome than the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. The story is not good, but it is really cool. Nowadays, the power and god settings of Western fantasy novels can be seen in The Silmarillion. It has really created a fake world. Just by looking at The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, you will only feel that this is an interesting world. Looking at The Silmarillion, you will not help but think, is this a real world? Alright, after the awkward praise, let me introduce the content of The Silmarillion. I feel that it can be divided into 3 parts. First, the process of creating and perfecting the world. Second, the 3 wars of the gods between Mirko and Villa. Third, the tragedy of elves and humans caused by the Silmarillion. From the perspective of creation, the Silmarillion starts from the prelude of creation until the world matures. This point does not need to be introduced in detail, I will mention it in the book. The 3 wars of the gods are the simplest structural analysis of the Silmarillion. The first war of the gods, in the process of creating a physical universe from nothing, Mirko fought Villa. Seeing that Villa was defeated, it was as if the god of strength, Tokus, who was guarding the door, entered the universe. That was the peak of Mirko's power, and also the moment when he was closest to becoming the god king. The author of The Silmarillion, Tolkien, is not a bad author. When he wrote this book, he was greatly influenced by reality, the First and Second World Wars, and the conflict between the Soviet Union and the United States after that. For example, the definition of power. In Chidian novels, those who were strong in strength were definitely strong in combat. This was not the case in the Silmarillion. Power included both knowledge and skill. Even the skill of forging gems was a part of one's power, but it was obvious that this kind of skill was not beneficial to combat power. Therefore, it was common to see such content in the book. On one hand, it was said that Mirko was the strongest. On the other hand, it was written that Mirko was beaten up so badly that even his mother could not recognize him. He had digressed. Back to the 3 great battles of the gods. For the first time, during the battle of splitting the heavens, Villa and Mirko fought for the position of the king of gods and the right to rule the world. Because of the appearance of the god of strength, Torkas, Mirko was defeated. After that, Mirko pushed down the giant lamp that acted as the sun and captured the elves to torture them. For the elves, Villa went to war with Mirko again. This time, Mirko was arrested and put in jail. When Mirko was released from prison, he teamed up with Angorian to ambush Valinor, where Villa lived. They destroyed the twin holy trees and stole the most precious gem of the elves, the Silmarillion. Even so, Villa did not go to war with Mirko again. In the days that followed, Mirko's enemies became the elves, humans, and dwarves. They fought a few great battles that were enough to be sung in poems forever. However, they were not battles of the gods. In the end, the allied forces of the humans, elves, and dwarves could not fight anymore. Mirko was about to defeat the mortals. A human came to Valinor and asked Villa for mercy. Villa sympathized with the plight of Eluvida's children. When the 3rd great battle of the gods began, Mirko was defeated again and was exiled to outer space forever. End of story. Looking at it this way, was the content of The Silmarillion very simple? The outline was that simple. The complexity was mainly reflected in the stories that happened between the elves and humans during the second and third great battles of the gods. The story was related to the Silmarillion. The story of the Silmarillion was not complicated. It was a process of fighting for the Silmarillion. You can refer to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The Silmarillion was the Dragon Saber. For this saber, there was a feud between the elves and humans. In the beginning, the elves and Villa lived together and shared wealth. One day, an elf named Fino created the 3 most beautiful and powerful diamonds in the world. Any one of them could light up the world. It was 100 million times stronger than the Aegon diamond of the dwarves in The Hobbit. After creating these 3 diamonds, Fino became arrogant. Even Villa was not convinced. Because of his arrogance and because of Mirko's instigation, there was a crack in the close relationship between Villa and the elves. Later, when Mirko snatched the Silmarillion, Fino swore, "Whoever touches the Silmarillion will be the eternal enemy of me and my descendants. Even if he is Villa, Mirko, or my fellow elves, there is no exception." He led a part of the elves out of Valinor and into the mortal world of Middle-earth. Because of this oath, he and his son became enemies with Mirko, the other elven kings, and the heroes of the humans. Because of this oath, they gave up their former glory and committed the crime of kinslaying, murdering their own kind, betraying their allies, stealing, robbing, and so on. The original sins of humans were displayed one by one. In the end, Fino and his descendants offended almost all the forces in the world. They bled dry for the Silmarillion and lost all the glory of the ancient elven royal family. It was sad and lamentable. Chapter 1164. Without giving the others time to react, Mirko stretched out his black right arm. His arm turned into a black python and coiled around the goat-horned evil god with lightning speed before retracting quickly. "The secret fire you wanted is here." Mirko's maniacal laughter resounded through the universe. Dark red cracks appeared on his black left palm that was like a rough rock. Fire dripped out. Poof! A palm imprinted on the goat-horned evil god's head. Dark red lava flowed in from the top. The evil god howled in agony and struggled with all his might. Like a sausage, his body expanded bit by bit. Through the surface, the red liquid and fire inside could be seen. Like defecating, his body squeezed with all his might and squeezed the red liquid out of his intestines. This tug-of-war repeated. The evil god's gaze became frenzied. The mark of the true god appeared, shattered, and reformed. It was deeply imprinted into the center of the universe. After the mark of the true god was the rule. The distorted song of the rule made the sound of glass being twisted. Mirko's maniacal laughter could be heard. He was actually tampering with the evil god's song of the rule. This method, no, I'm a demon god who has cultivated for billions of years. My will is as strong as steel. You can't possibly twist a. The goat-horned evil god's eyes flashed with red and black light. Suddenly, it fixed into an evil, turbid yellow light. He stopped resisting Mirko's modification of his body and will. Tisk, sparks burst out from the surface of his body. Darkness poured down from his head like glue. The evil god became a monster with darkness as his clothes and fire as his core. He had the outline of an ape, burning yellow eyes, and a long mane that was burning with flames and releasing steam. His arms were longer than his knees. His palms had steel claws and he held a flaming whip. Behind him, there were wings that intertwined with shadows and flames. The roaming black shadow cloak covered his body. "Master." The monster bowed to Mirko. "Damn it, Mirko, you broke your oath?" The evil gods shouted in horror. Then they scattered in all directions. Dany did not run. Sagrado pulled her again. "Where did—" Dany sighed. "Let's see where you can run to." Mirko laughed maniacally. Big Me himself had power that surpassed the deity king level, and he had thousands of fallen Mayas by his side. The evil gods were unfamiliar with the new universe. They had yet to adapt to the new universe's laws. None of them could escape. Apart from Dany and Sagrado, who she was trying her best to pull away, everyone else was tightly bound by chains made of flames and ice. Mirko, I curse you, you scoundrel. Mirko, you will die a horrible death. One day, Manwë will chop off your head. Mirko, fuck your ancestors, fuck you, the evil gods cursed loudly. You're all too naive. You're just a foreign evil god. You want to come to Iru's world to reap benefits? Dream on. Mirko sneered. I contributed to the creation of the world. I participated in the great movement. The basilisk howled indignantly. All glory to the One, and the glory of the One belongs to me, Mirko. I am the most powerful ruler in the universe. You are nothing, Mirko mocked. Iru, you're a black-hearted bastard. All the gods and devils in the universe curse you and spurn you. Iru. The demonic god with a human head and a snake body no longer paid any attention to Mirko. He only shouted at the Hall of Eternity outside the Wall of Darkness. His voice was sorrowful, filled with regret and resentment. Dani gulped. She felt cold all over. Slash. Mirko swung the 3 whips of darkness, ice, and flames entwined together. He drew a deep and long whip mark on the body of the evil god who was shouting loudly. Ah! The evil god's soul was in pain. He let out an inhuman wail. As the most powerful god, it was normal for him to control part of the will of the heavenly path. Try it. Dani grabbed Boss Mi's arm again, refusing to let go. Helpless, Mirko could only press on her head and pour the secret fire into her. Hungry, so hungry, Dani was prepared to pretend that her will was being twisted, or almost twisted, or that she would be able to twist her will if she put in more effort. She wanted to trick Mirko into giving her the secret fire step by step. But as soon as the secret fire entered her body, her dark eyes turned red. The law of gluttony activated automatically and quickly sucked the secret fire that Mirko poured into her body. Her body started to swell. Maybe it was because the secret fire's quality was too high, but the law of gluttony stimulated endless desire and almost made Dani lose control. I told you it won't work, Mirko muttered in shock. More. She grabbed his hand that was about to pull away, but he stopped pouring in the secret fire. Give me the secret fire. Dani roared. Pissed. In her human form, 8 furry spider claws popped out from her back and stabbed into Mirko's body. Oh no, Angorian is out of control again. Sagrado retreated in shock. Awoo! Boss Mi wailed and struggled, but he was not as strong as Dani. Dani had the chorus of Toscali's song. Then, a purplish-black spider tattoo appeared on her face. It was a very seductive shape. 4 dark green dagger-like teeth grew out of her upper and lower jaws. Sweet dark green venom dripped from them. Slash. She opened her mouth and bit Mirko's neck that was covered in darkness. Boss Mi's face turned green. He was poisoned. The power in his body poured out like a flood. Help me, he shouted weakly. Dani, who was in a frenzy, did not lose her sense of danger. In an instant, the shadow of death appeared in her heart. She suddenly woke up. She didn't loosen her mouth because the secret flame was simply too fragrant. She stretched out her left and right hands. Tsk. Continuous spider webs covered the entire universe. At the same time, endless darkness spread in all directions with her as the center. It was a darkness that was darker than the wall of night and the realm of emptiness. Dani could not snatch Mirko's main song of darkness, so she sang the song of black miasma that could block all sight. Even so, she could not escape the attacks of the Mayas and the fire demons. Mirko's wails were like a tracker. The attacks came at her from all directions. There were thousands of Mayas and 800 fire demons. They were all top-tier true gods. In just one wave, Dani's body was broken. She was like a cockroach that had been stepped on. She was not completely dead, but she was going to die soon. She quickly digested part of the secret fire to rebuild her divine body. Before the second wave of attacks came, Dani pushed Mirko away. The two of them quickly separated. The black miasma was still there. Big Boss Mi's wails did not stop. Most of the second wave of attacks landed on Big Boss Mi. Big Boss Mi howled. Stop. She's running away. Actually, he did not need to shout. The demons had already seen Dani's shadow. Many devil gods even chased after her. However, Dani did not run away. She was not familiar with this place. Where could she run to? Thanks to Manwë singing the chorus of the wind and learning the song of swiftness from Nisha, she was able to escape the devil god's attack range in a short time. Big Boss Me, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I lost control. She ran in circles and begged for mercy. Big Boss Me, you know me. I've treated you as my boss since the beginning. My respect for you is like the darkness of the wall of night that almost filled the entire universe. But the secret fire is too powerful. It can easily drive away any darkness. It made me lose control. Actually, I'm more hurt than you. I hurt someone I deeply respect. Chapter 1165. If Mirko had scolded her and asked her to stop running, and then led the rest of the Maya to surround her, saying that he wanted to teach her a lesson, Dani might have begged him and returned to the team. But now, Boss Me, your magnanimity, I really... Dani put away the black miasma so that Mirko could see the uncontrollable guilt and gratitude on her face. I've made a mistake that everyone who's tempted by the secret flame would make. Your magnanimity makes me feel even more ashamed. I want to punish myself, she said in a low voice. Mirko's face twitched. Come here, let me punish you. I'll cut you into pieces. You were driven by desire. It was an unintentional mistake. Even with the song of hypocrisy, he could not keep up the pretense anymore. Looking at his twisted expression, Dani sighed helplessly in her heart. It was no wonder. The Balrog and Maya here were almost all of his subordinates. To be bitten in front of all his subordinates and cry for help, how could a demon king lose face? My king, I must punish myself. I'm willing to be the vanguard and enter Arda earlier to attract Villa's firepower. I'll secretly build a base for you and fight for the best situation. Boss Me, I'll leave first. If there's anything, tell Sagrador to inform me. I swear, I won't shirk from your mission. With that, Dani disappeared like vinegar dripping into a bottle of soy sauce. Angorian. Mirko clenched his fists. He suddenly turned around and stared at the shivering Sagrador. All kinds of evil thoughts flashed through his mind. Soren leaned over and advised in a low voice, My king, our biggest enemies are Manwë, Valda, and the other villa. Angorian has no intention of going against you. In fact, she's always been your most loyal admirer. Instead of treating her as an enemy, it's better to use her. Sagrador doesn't need to be turned into a Balrog. From now on, use him as a mouthpiece to slowly remove Angorian's wariness. I never wanted to kill Angorian. Mirko raised his flaming whip and lashed it at Sagrador. King, spare my life. Sagrador howled miserably. Whip after whip, there was no mercy at all. Mirko's anger was gradually vented, and the voice and breath of the evil god from another world gradually weakened. Spitting at the dying Sagrado, Boss Me put away his whip and let out a sigh of relief. That's all I wanted. Too bad she got away. To be honest, Dani did not want to leave Mirko's team. Mirko could definitely represent a part of Iru's will. His actions, way of thinking, and power would all reveal some of Iru's thoughts. Moreover, with him in front of her as a target, she would not attract attention when she caused trouble. He seemed to have suffered a loss for that little bit of secret fire. At the beginning of creation, the universe named Da was empty. There was nothing. Arda and the few stars now were all built by Villa's efforts. The edge of the void realm was too far from the center of the universe. Other than Arda, there was almost no other light. It took a long time to pass through the wall of night. When she approached Arda, she saw suns of different sizes. They were all stars, and they were also stars that revolved around Arda. They were not suns. They were too far away. They were just stars. These big stars were all created by Valda. Not staying near the big stars for long, Dani quickly arrived at the border of Arda. At the edge of the wall of night, she stopped and used the black miasma that blocked all sight to weave a cloak for herself. After putting on the cloak, she slowly entered the outer sea, the ring-shaped ocean that surrounded Middle-earth. What a rich origin. Before entering Arda, it was easy to misunderstand that Iru's Ya was empty, desolate, and barren. In fact, Iru was bigger and richer than any world Dany had ever seen. The eagle's participation in the battle was equivalent to Manwë's evil hand reaching in. A group of gods ganging up on the half-orcs. How could they not turn the tide of the battle? The form of gods came from their understanding of the universe. When they entered the material world, mortals could not see them, even if they were standing opposite them. In order to be close to Iluvatar's children, Villa specially chose a body that looked like Iluvatar's children for herself. It was just like how mortals wore clothes. Every god would choose a different body according to their own characteristics. Men or women, beautiful or ugly, tall or short, they could all choose. However, the body did not affect their essence. For example, Manwë's essence was male. If he chose the form of a woman, he would still be a man, but it did not mean that he had become a woman. Manwë's eagle was the body of the eagle chosen by the Maya who served Manwë. Dany also followed the trend and chose a body for herself. It was basically the same, with some minor adjustments. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, and purple spidery patterns on the surface of her body. Her aura was more majestic and mysterious, but also had an indescribable horror. When necessary, she could also pop out 8 spider claws from her back and under her body like she had done with Mirko. Her essence at this time was very much like the Spider Queen Lolth without the big spider but bone. She was Angorian. Angorian's thinking and essence was that of a greedy and evil female spider. Previously, she had been controlled by greed and crazily extracted Mirko's secret fire. This was the essence of the life mark and its influence on her consciousness. Just like Gozi could never control himself from eating shit, Dany thought that she could control the gluttony's greed, but reality proved that she was wrong. She was really wrong. Instead of naming Angorian's gluttony the Song of the Gluttony, it was better to name it Angorian's Gluttony. The gluttony in Huasha's ancient myths was not necessarily comparable to Angorian. Other than Manwë's eagle, Dany also saw Olami. He rode the divine horse Nahal and ran like the wind in the forest with the divine hound. She had circled Omeron Island where the gods lived a few times, but she did not meet any of the main gods of Villa. At this point, she confirmed Mirko's words. The Villa were all tired after a long period of hard work. After that, she began to look for Mirko. Bosmi should have secretly returned to Arda by now. Based on Bosmi's habits, his residence would definitely be far away from the light, far away from the villa's giant lamp. The 2 lamps were located in the north and south of Middle-earth. She went to the east and west, but could not find him after a long time. Just as she was about to head to the 4 corners of the continent to look for Bosmi, Sagrador found her first. "I have the black miasma cloak. How did you find me?" Dany asked in surprise. All the ES gods recruited by Mirko have a special mark on them. It's the method of the world will. "We can't detect it," Sagrador said bitterly. He took the appearance of an old gnome, wretched and ugly. Dany frowned. "This is not good news. You're the queen in the center of the spiderweb. With your agility, as long as you're careful, it'll be difficult to kill you. Also, he vented his anger on me." "He doesn't hate you anymore," the old gnome said with a sigh. Dany laughed and said, "I'll also protect you and prevent you from being turned into a flame demon, right?" "I don't blame you. I'll be safer after you escape," Sagrador said with a smile. "However, I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could even press Mirko to the ground and suck him," he said doubtfully. "This is the benefit I got from the grand movement." Dany casually replied and changed the topic. "Don't you admire Sargeras? Why didn't you choose a more majestic and domineering appearance?" "Beside Mirko, I only hate that I can't be more humble. I want to be so humble that he can't see me," the old gnome said with disappointment. Then he explained the purpose of this trip. "Mirko has decided to attack Villa. He wants you to go to Angband to find Sorin and attack O'Urmau in the south." O'Urmau was the name of the giant lantern in the south. Dany already knew that she was going to be the Demon King, so she happily followed Sagrador to Angband. Villa's giant lantern was to illuminate the world. Therefore, it was no longer at the border between the north and south, but at the midpoint between the border and the center of the continent. Thus, Mirko built his nest in the far north. The terrain in the north is better than the east and west, Soren explained after hearing Danny's doubts. Chapter 1166. The east and west were mostly plains, but there was a huge mountain range in the north of the continent, the Iron Mountain Range. It was like the Great Wall that separated the Westeros from the Seven Kingdoms, blocking the light of the giant lamp in the central north. Because the Iron Mountain Range blocked the light of Elun, the north was darker and colder than the other places. Mirko built his base under the Dark Mountain Range and named it Udimo. It was located in the north. Angband was also under the Iron Mountain Range, with a huge cellar and deep cave in the northwest. It was the first line of defense for Udimo. The evil and hatred in Mirko's heart flowed freely here, and Arda's spring was poisoned. The green plants were sick and decayed, and the green light from Yavanna's favor at the roots of the giant trees turned into black, rotting smoke. The clear green lake became a stinky swamp covered in poisonous miasma. The beasts were also infected by Boss Me's evil power, turning into ferocious-looking monsters. Their eyes were like tumors filled with blood vessels, killing everything in sight. Danny was surprised that she did not notice the abnormality here earlier. Nessa the Fleetfoot was the first to discover our tracks. That day, she was like a wind arrow that flew close to the ground, causing ripples on the lake and faint traces of wind on the grassland. "I knew she had been here," Soren said. "Didn't Nessa and Tokus just get married?" Danny was puzzled. Tokus was sleeping, so she could only come out and wander around. That made sense. Boss Me's battle plan was simple: one giant lamp a villa in the north and the south, and they would split up. Danny spread out the dark net to cover the southern army led by Soren, and attack the giant lamp in the south first. When Villa rushed to the south, Mirko would personally lead the main force to destroy the giant lamp in the north. At that time, Villa was ganging up on Soren, Danny, and the others, so Boss Me could go south and destroy the weak Omeron Island, which was located in the center of the middle continent and was Villa's nest. At this time, Danny and Soren led 300 flame demons and tens of thousands of terrifying monsters to the south of the southern giant lantern Oermau. Danny used all her magic, and all of Arda's shadows became darker, longer, and more distorted. Because the light source was fixed, the shadows of all things were fixed. If there were moving shadows, Danny's disguise, they would be easily discovered. Well, Villa had already discovered Mirko's northern fortress and was even preparing to declare war on him. Therefore, they only needed to hide their whereabouts and did not need to hide their existence. They followed the coastline, carefully avoiding any rivers and the sea itself. To avoid Woma's perception, they took a huge detour and came to the lamppost. However, they did not immediately take action. Instead, they dug a huge cave under the mountain range and prepared to break the foot of the lamppost. At the same time, he was waiting for Mirko's orders to start the operation. The 300 flame demons waved their flaming whips and commanded the monsters that were tainted by Mirko's evil power to dig the cave. Danny was bored, so she chatted with Soren. Soren was rational and intelligent. He had also seen the rehearsal of the world. Danny and the other gods from other worlds could not see or hear it. "I remember that the Lord of Water, Wolmu, was Boss Me's friend. They had a good relationship when they practiced the choir in the Hall of Eternity," Danny said curiously. "Sigh, it was just as biased. In the rehearsal of the creation of the world, he showed Wolmu the beautiful scenery weaved by wind and water. For example, clouds, mist, rain, and dew. Therefore, Wolmu and Manwë formed an alliance." Soren sighed. Boss Me was betrayed. Didn't he take revenge on Wolmu? For example, using flames to dry the sea and ice to seal the water. Danny asked. "The king couldn't do it. The depth of the sea made him afraid of Wolmu," Soren said in a low voice. Danny's expression was strange. Valda rejected him. He hated and feared her the most. At the beginning of the creation of the world, he tried to rope in Aoki, but Aoki rejected him. He hated and feared Aoki. During the first battle of the gods, Taka's laughter traumatized him. Now, with Wolmu, who is Boss Me not afraid of? Actually, the king is still a little afraid of you. Soren glanced at her and said, "Only the ignorant are fearless. The king's fear will only make him stronger. It will not affect his courage and courage. Otherwise, what are we doing now?" Danny was stunned. It seemed to make sense. Boss Me dared to steal Iru's secret fire, fight with Iru for the position in the movement, and challenge all the other Villa alone. He did not lack courage. He was afraid, but was he fearless? Danny was embarrassed. She pointed at the lamp above and said, "Villa's lamp is a big fireball. It contains a powerful secret fire origin. I think Boss Me contributed a lot to it." Other than destruction and distortion, the king did not create anything. He wanted to occupy all the beautiful things, but he could not create anything beautiful. Soren emphasized first, then explained, "When we first entered the first subspace, the whole universe was dark. Valda first created the ancient stars, but the light of the stars could not satisfy the needs of Yavanna's plants. Yavanna craved more light. She asked Aoki to split the earth and the hill, and took out 2 big fireballs from the depths of the earth. Then Valda turned them into light. Finally, Manwë made the lamp a saint. Thus, the Vera giant lantern that we see now was born." Danny looked at the ground thoughtfully. When the world was first created, all the flames in the universe were collected and sealed by Villa. Then, they were buried under the ancient hill, and they could take one whenever they needed it? Soren shook his head. There was no need to collect them. It was like putting the secret fire in the center of the universe, which is where we are now, Arda. Vera built the world around the secret flame into what it is now. Did Boss Me say what we should do after we topple the lamppost and get rid of Vera? Danny asked. After destruction and destruction, of course, we will conquer and rule. We will rule this world, Soren said confidently. Danny was stupefied. After some time, a Maya with a face shining with holy light came into the cave. Her shadow was twisted and dark. She was a spy that Mirko had placed on Omeron Island. Umu is in the outer sea. His arcana is exhausted. Tokus is asleep. Olami went hunting in the west again. He just left and won't be back anytime soon. Let's start the operation immediately, she said. Soren looked at Danny. Do you want to do it or should I? I'll go ahead and ambush Villa. Pushing down Villa's lamp was equivalent to destroying the world. Danny really didn't want to do it. So, she manifested her Spider Queen Danny form. Endless darkness mixed with purple and green poisonous smoke spurted out from the cave at the foot of Almio Mountain like a fountain. It was even higher than the lamp and spread out like an umbrella. It also looked like a giant mushroom cloud. The endless darkness instantly drowned the lamp. Half of the world fell into darkness. As the darkness and poisonous smoke flowed downwards, the trees and grass on the nearby mountains and plains all decayed and withered. All the beautiful rivers and lakes instantly turned into poisonous swamps with green bubbles. Hundreds of beasts roared in pain, their eyes bloodshot and oozing pus. Their teeth and claws became longer and sharper, and their bones even protruded malevolent bone spikes. Arda's spring turned into hell. Roar, roar, roar. Danny shouted, cheering for the Balrog and the monsters. Like the bravest general, she was the first to rush out of the cave and kill her way to the north. Long live Emperor Mirko. Long live King Soren. Be loyal to the Emperor. Die for the Emperor. Charge. Danny Angorian's terrifying roar echoed through half of Middle-earth. The mountains were shaking. The earth was shaking. Lake Omeron where Villa lived had huge waves in the sound waves. Even Boss Me in the north could hear the spider demons roar. Angorian might be a little crazy and can't control her desires easily, but she never lacks loyalty and bravery, Boss Me lamented to fallen Maya beside him. It sounded like a bowstring breaking. It was crisp, but it suppressed Danny's roar and Villa's roar. The sky was falling. The pillar that supported Villa's giant lamp was pushed down by Soren. Even though the earth was covered by Danny's black smoke and poisonous gas, the people on the ground could still see a huge fireball falling down. It was Villa's giant lamp, Ermau, Arda's son. Danny could even hear Ermau's soul crying in despair. The mountain of lamp pillars that was as tall as the sky collapsed. Middle-earth was like a biscuit that was snapped in half. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. In that instant, Villa, the Balrog and the demon army on the ground were like dust on the surface of a drum. Because of the drum's vibration, they floated in the air uncontrollably. Whoosh, 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 the huge distortion of gravity and the rain of stones that came like cannonballs instantly destroyed more than half of the tens of thousands of demons. The sky darkened. Without gravity and space, the Balrog fled in all directions like headless flies. Boom, 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 the giant lamp finally fell. If Middle-earth was a symmetrical basketball court, then the giant lamp was a huge napalm bomb. In a few breaths' time, towering flames engulfed the entire Arda, which was also Earth. Streams and lakes evaporated instantly. The sea boiled. Everything on the ground, including trees, beasts and mountains, was burning. Dany looked around blankly. Her underlings, other than the Balrog that was struggling in the fire, the rest of the demons were all dead. The weakest of the demons was at least as strong as the Song of Ice and Fire demigod, and a demigod with above-average strength. Mirko! Villa's angry roar was like the thunder that destroyed the world. All of Arda shook violently. Emperor Mirko is here. Dany came back to her senses and quickly pulled aggro according to the plan. And so, tens of thousands of Villa and Maya fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing down on her. Dany ran back. As she ran, she called out to the Balrog palace. Some of the Balrog obeyed and rushed over, but they were torn apart by Villa like tissue paper. Seeing this, the rest of the Balrog trembled and ran wildly. Fortunately, Dany was quite capable herself. Chapter 1167. The world was like a pizza-shaped coal cake. It was broken into countless pieces, and each piece was still burning fiercely. Not to mention Middle-earth, even the home of the gods, Omeron Island, was reduced to ruins. The land was broken, the sea was burned dry, and everything withered in the fire. The entire world was a sea of fire. This was still not the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying thing was the underground fire that Villa buried under the ancient hill. The seal and suppression were about to be broken. If in the next moment, the new universe, Yaya, was reduced to ashes in an apocalyptic explosion, Dany would not be surprised. If Villa did not interfere, the universe would definitely explode into the most dazzling fireworks. Villa was on the battlefield. Mirko, Takas finally woke up. He was still laughing, and his laughter was filled with flames of anger. He strode towards Dany. His wife Nissa was fast, but he was even faster. The broken earth trembled under his large feet. Mirko! The divine King Manwë's voice was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire world. Manwë went to the north. Mirko! All the Villa were shouting Mirko's name. At the same time, they were using their own powers to maintain the stability of Arda. Mirko was in the same predicament as Dany. The army that he prepared to deal with Villa was destroyed in the apocalypse. Those who created fear were more easily intimidated by fear. At this moment, Manwë's howl, Takas's roar. Varda, Ori, Alami, and Womu were all his targets of fear. Now they were all roaring at him. Mirko shuddered 3 times and ran away. Under the cover of the chaos and darkness, he quietly returned to the Udamo fortress in the north and hid in the deepest cave. Poor Dany was still pulling monsters for him. Mirko the Great King's landing, no one dares to disobey. Mirko the Great forcefully marrying Varda, who dares to oppose? Mirko the Great, so! The wind arrow created a vacuum passage in the sea of flames. Before Dany could react, her lower abdomen was hit and her body was suspended in the air. Before she could adjust, the second, third, pung, there was only one sound because all the sounds of the attacks were connected together. The spider spirit Dany floated up and down. A white arrow centered around her, crisscrossing up and down, changing left and right. The afterimages left behind formed a ball of air arrows. Flying-haired Nissa, you live up to your name. Unfortunately, are you tickling me? To be honest, Dany didn't want to mock her. This time, she followed Mirko to topple the lighthouse. She had an ulterior motive. She had already planned to topple the giant lamp. However, she was caught up by a small villa. After an evenly matched battle, she lost by one move. She shouted that she surrendered, and then, but Nissa was too much. Apart from the first few attacks that made her float in the air, she also kicked her in the head and face. The damage wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. Danny was furious. Spiderweb domain. With a loud roar, darkness descended and even forced the nearby sea of fire to retreat. Dense layers of silver spider silk appeared one after another. Splat! A small worm stuck to it, and Danny regained her freedom. It was a petite girl with yellow hair tied into two big braids. She was 1.55 meters tall, with a round face, big round blue eyes, a round nose, and a round small mouth. She was wearing grass-colored boots, a short skirt, and a short shirt that exposed her navel. Angorian, Nissa's face was red. She glared with her big angry eyes and was about to say something. Danny flew over and kicked her right in the nose. Nissa couldn't break through Danny's defense, but she herself was brittle. In just one blow, the round-faced girl was dizzy and had 2 streaks of blood under her flattened nose. Danny didn't give up. But just as he stepped out with his mace, Manway's voice came, "There's no time to waste. Mirko has escaped. Take down Angorian immediately. Repair Arda is more important." Danny's expression changed. She was about to curse and surrender, but Tokus roared. His angry laughter was like a real storm, dispersing the black fog that shrouded her body. Then, ha! A fist as large as a mountain smashed towards Danny's head, accompanied by a loud laugh. The spider webs, poisonous thorns, black smoke, poisonous miasma, and other magical attacks along the way were all crushed like pebbles by a stone roller. Danny hurriedly raised her fists to meet the attack. Bam! The mountain was torn apart. Danny's body was like a meteor plowing a huge canyon 500 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 20 kilometers deep on the burning land. Even in the Third Era, countless years later, the story of Angorian Canyon and Lake Tokus was still passed down among humans, dwarves, half-humans, hobbits, orcs, and countless other creatures. Danny was not a pushover either. She sang the chorus of the Song of Power. Although his bones were broken and his spider legs were shattered, Tokus was also like a missile. He crashed to the foot of the mountain, creating a huge crater with a radius of dozens of kilometers, and the deepest part of the crater was 20 kilometers from the ground. But Villa was not alone. Angorian. Aeoli lifted a small mountain and threw it at the crater at the end of Angorian Canyon like a shot put. These Villa were too reckless. They did not care about the hostage in Danny's hands at all. Spiderweb domain, spider blade thousand slash. Darkness covered the land. Even the flames were absorbed and disappeared. Endless white spider webs appeared in the dark void. The small mountain was like a meteor, smashing the spider webs one after another. When it came to Danny, the shadow of a giant spider appeared in the dark void. The 8 spider claws reflected silver cold light. Like 8 giant swords, they continuously slashed out hundreds and thousands of silver light rays. Boom! The blast of the explosion destroyed the mountain range, forming a plane of impact. Danny spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could repair her broken body, a black lightning zigzagged, avoiding the layers of spider webs, came to her side, and bit her ankle. It turned out to be a dog the size of a warhorse. Divine Hound. Danny flicked it away with a finger. She hurriedly shouted, "God Manway, all the merciful Villa, I surrender. I admit defeat. I am willing to accept Villa's judgment and final judgment." The appearance of the Divine Hound represented the arrival of the King of Beasts, Olami. Olami was not only the King of Beasts but also the god of hunting. If he secretly shot her with an arrow, she would not be able to dodge. Besides, she had planned to surrender from the beginning. As her surrender was heard, the battlefield quieted down. The murderous intent in all directions also immediately subsided. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. Villa was not Mirko, especially Manway. Manway and Mirko were brothers of the same origin. The two of them had similar thoughts and great powers. It was just that Manwë did not have any evil or negative personality in his heart. He represented complete righteousness, while Mirko seemed to bear all the evil of the other Villa. Other than the fact that Manwë and Villa were pure and kind by nature, which made people easy to bully, the more important reason was the law set by the main god. A criminal who did not understand the law was not a good criminal. Before Dani committed the crime, she was completely familiar with Villa's law against the gods. There was only imprisonment, and the imprisonment period was very short. Of course, Dani was not a masochist. She had her own goals. Villa of the mighty people, I did not push down the lamppost. I am just Mirko's mercenary. He twisted our thoughts and used us as slaves. I am innocent. Let Nissa go. Manwë's voice came from the wind. Dani did as she was told. She threw the scimitar out and then said loudly, "The world is about to be destroyed by fire. I am willing to atone for my sins. My ability is especially suitable for calming the violent earth and the surging earth fire." Manwë was silent for a moment and said, "If you fulfill your promise, I will pardon your sins. P.S. So, Dani opened her mouth wide and activated the devouring field. Like a huge black hole, she crazily swallowed the fire that covered the world. There was the fire of Villa's giant lamp, and the earth fire that burst out from the depths of the earth. They were all good things that contain the origin of secret fire. Chapter 1168. But, my lord, I still don't quite understand what Iluvatar's children mean to the world and to Eru. Dani sincerely asked Bosmi for advice. Eru, hypocrite. Mirko spat at his creator before explaining. Iluvatar's children were conceived and created by Iluvatar alone. They are contained in the grand symphony of creation and are contained in a syllable. One day they will come to this world. They came with the third theme, and none of the syllables are in the first two themes. Anu has nothing to do with their appearance. They are completely Iluvatar's children. They are completely different from us. In those children, you can see the complete projection of Iluvatar's own mind. No wonder, Dani was shocked, and then she understood. No wonder these Ainu were either evil enough to make one's hair stand on end, or too innocent to hurt, or too righteous to know what sin was. None of the Anu were complete people. They were the creators and managers of the world, the program that ensured the world's proper functioning. Iluvatar's children were the true masters of the world. Wait, that's not right. The Anu were not ignorant of this situation. On the contrary, they were fully aware that they were programmed people. Dani was confused. What is Eru trying to do? She asked, Bosmi, what is Eru trying to do by raising weak elves and humans? No matter how many shortcomings Bosmi had, he had one advantage that no one could compare to, his profound knowledge. Mirko was the most capable of Anu's men. This ability was not limited to combat power, but also creativity and knowledge. For example, Master of the Earth and his wife, Goddess of Life Yavanna, had the ability to create things like Nuwa. God King Manwë did not have this ability, neither did God Queen Valda. The other Anu did not have this ability, but Mirko did. His ability to create things was on par with Master of the Earth. This, in the grand symphony of creation, only Mirko and Eru sang, to the end. As the old saying went, Mirko had some of the abilities and talents that Anu had. In theory, he was the god king who ruled over all the gods. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with evil, and his wisdom and abilities were not used on the right path. Mirko glared at Dani and said, "Did I say all that for nothing?" Iluvatar's children were a complete reflection of her own mind. Isn't the growth and maturity of Iluvatar's children the same as the growth and maturity of her mind? Dani felt as if she had been struck by the morning bell and the evening drum. Her heart was suddenly enlightened. "Boss, you're so knowledgeable." She sighed. "Angorian, the only people in Utamon who can understand me are you and Soren." Mirko laughed proudly. After laughing for a while, he said excitedly, "We, Anu, are all incomplete creations. Do you know what Villa is? Villa's original intention was to maintain the power of the universe. But by observing Iluvida's children and intervening in their uncertain fates, Anu was able to learn some of Iluvida's wisdom. This wisdom was originally given to us by the One. Dani sighed in her heart. The One is not stingy. You are essentially no different from Iluvida's children. Your maturity and evolution can give the One. The wisdom learned by oneself is the true wisdom. Therefore, the One let you be as pure as a piece of white paper or black paper. Mirko started to dance, desire and greed condensed on his face. If I can follow my own thoughts and control the fates of Iluvida's children, then, not only will the villa on Amen become the vassal of my fate, even the One. Haha, this is the big picture. There are thousands of villa in Amen, what's the use of killing one or two? My king, what's the meaning of the fourth and fifth themes? Dani asked. The smile on Mirko's face disappeared, and he said with a gloomy expression, the One cheated. It was at a disadvantage in the duet with me, so it sang the fourth theme in an instant, not giving me a fair chance at all. Dani's mouth twitched. You're too noisy. You want to destroy the whole movement with pure and useless noise. The One kicked you out to prevent the creation of the world from failing. What about the fifth theme? Dani asked again. Soren interrupted. The fifth theme has to be composed by all Iluvida's children and Anu after the world ends. Mirko waved his hand tiredly and said, All right, now that you understand the true meaning of evil, you can go and carry out the mission. In the recent years, Bosmi had turned thousands of fallen Mya who followed him into intelligent Balrogs. Other than that, he also frequently used secret flames that were infused with his own will to distort the divine beasts of Europa and create countless powerful demons. Therefore, Mirko's power was much weaker than before. Exhaustion began to find him. But Bosmi himself enjoyed the feeling of exhaustion. He had never been tired before, and he did not know that sleep could be so sweet. The Arda spring of the giant lamp era had ended, and now it was Mirko's dark age. Other than a few dim stars from outer space, there was no light in the world anymore. The once thriving forest fell into a deep sleep, and all growth stopped. These plants should have withered in the darkness, but Yavanna protected them and let them sleep in the dark. When the new era of light came, they would sprout and grow again. However, there would no longer be a truly towering tree that was taller than a mountain range. Dani wandered the dark land for many years with a group of Balrogs, but she never found Iluvida's first children. But she often met the Beast King Europa. The rest of the Vala were in the Blessed Land, where Gaul rode Nahal with a pack of dogs through the dark woods. The divine horse Nahal was like a bolt of silver lightning in the deep darkness, and the sleeping earth trembled violently under its golden hooves. Any monster that entered Europa's sight could not escape the fate of being killed by his spears and arrows. Once, Dani brought her flame demon lackeys and demon servants to wander around the edge of the central forest with great fanfare. The Olomii is coming. Blow the great horn, Villaroma. The sound of the horn echoed in the mountains, and the demons under her command fled. Dani lost face and was ready to take revenge. But the land was slowly recovering, and she did not dare to start a divine war. Dani used a trick to separate Europa from his dogs, and captured 10 divine hounds with spider webs. She gave 5 divine hounds to Mirko. Mirko had been longing for Europa's dogs for a long time, and immediately began a bloody and cruel blood witchcraft experiment. He tortured them all to death, and then combined the evil spirits of the 5 divine hounds into a fierce and evil spirit. Finally, he created a wolf's body for the evil spirit, and when the evil spirit entered the wolf's body, the ancestor of the demon wolves, Zugurian, was born. From the bottom of her heart, it was a cruel thing to see the dog being tortured. The dog could even speak and understand human language, and had the same wisdom as humans. But it was a taboo to forget one's own position. She was an evil god, a great demon king, and had to do things according to the demon's position, or she would lose her destiny and the meaning of existence in the world. It was the same reason that Dani forced Lalo to choose the chaotic evil side. If Lalo followed his heart and became a good bad guy, who followed the evil order, he would be useless to the world and Dani. What was the point of keeping a useless thing? Dani was facing the same choice now. She could enter because she had the characteristics that met the needs of this world, which was destiny. Destiny asked her to be an evil person, a bad person, and she could at most be chaotic and neutral, but she could never be good. What do you think? Isn't my Zugurian awesome? Mirko asked proudly as he pointed at the ferocious giant wolf with bluish-black fur. Danny shook her head and sighed. His Majesty's evil is too direct and violent and lacks some beauty and artistry. Bosmi pulled a long face. Tell me your opinion. And so, Danny began her performance. She first tortured her 5 dogs until one of them chose to submit to her. Then, she placed the dog with the strongest will in another cage and used blood witchcraft to twist the remaining 3 dogs into a 3-headed dog the size of a calf. 3 heads is art? Bosmi said with disdain. My king, your evil spirit is like 5 lumps of mud rolled into a ball, and is one. My 3-headed dog is a tree trunk with 3 heads, and each head has its own thoughts. Danny proudly patted the heads of the 3 dogs. This is cunning, this is gluttony, and this is jealousy. The food that one head eats can only satisfy itself, and the more satisfied it is, the hungrier the other 2 heads will be, so. He, my king, who do you think is better? Cunning, greed, or jealousy? Danny's gloomy and cunning voice echoed in the dark underground cave. The fire demons and demons who heard her laughter could not help but shiver. She had the aura of a great demon king. Not bad, interesting. Jealousy flashed in Mirko's eyes. He was jealous of Danny's talent in evil. Soren frowned. The 3 heads will definitely fight often, and sooner or later it will ruin the big plan that Master has arranged for it. It's just a dog. It has already completed the biggest mission in its life by proving the path of evil. What else can it do? Mirko did not think so. My king is wise. Danny praised. What do you plan to do with the other 2 dogs? Mirko asked with great interest. Danny smiled proudly and pointed at the most stubborn dog. This divine dog is called One. It is brave, loyal, and has outstanding abilities. It was also the first to rush out of the spiderweb maze last time, and it even dared to bite my foot the time it pushed down the giant lamp. Ooh. The divine dog One bared its teeth and glared in the cage. This dog must be severely tortured. When loyalty turns into betrayal, when bravery turns into cowardice, you will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. Mirko laughed. Danny shook her head. Not only will I not torture it, but I will also reward it for its loyalty and courage. Mirko was stunned, Soren was stunned, and Juan's dog face was also blank. Danny opened the cage and touched Juan's head with her right hand. She said with a vicious voice like a curse, Juan, I grant you rich compassion and passionate love. You will experience the most wonderful feeling in the world, love. You will fall in love with a woman who has the most beautiful face, the purest heart, and the noblest birth. For the love in your heart, you will be willing to do anything. At the same time, the more you love her, the stronger you will be. Your strength will grow with the love in your heart. You want to possess her, but your will is blessed by me. You will never do wrong. You will always be a good dog, brave, faithful, noble as Manway. You will not betray her, though she will always love another man, brave, faithful, and as noble as yourself. You are a dog, a simp. A simp is not human. This is the difference between you and him. Chapter 1169. This was the beginning of the creation of the world. Many things had divinity, including spring water and the most ordinary light. If a mortal could bathe in the light of Villa's giant lamp and do nothing, they could live for thousands of years without any illness or disaster. If Danny kept some of the water from Lake Omeron, the center of the world, where Villa lived, it could be passed down to later generations as the holy water that could revive the dead. Therefore, the dogs of Alam were not ordinary dogs. In the Eldritch world, they were probably like the golden deities of the Jia sect. As the first batch of divine beasts created by Alam after the creation of the world, they were filled with holy light. They were almost inferior to Maya. The souls of the dogs were pure and kind, like a clear spring that had not been touched by the world. They did not have any impure desires that belonged to mortals. Naturally, their love was purely for beautiful things. It was very different from the love of desire that Danny gave to Juan. The love of a baby for a big-breasted beauty was completely different from the love of an adult male for her breasts. Juan was not the first dog to be born with mortal desires. Previously, when Mirko created Juaguluin, he was also tainted with endless greed and evil desires. Danny learned from Mirko's method and created the three-headed dog, which was also filled with desires. However, only Juan's love was one of the most beautiful qualities of a human. It was a blessing. It had the ability to love a person. How is this evil? Mirko's expression was gloomy. He hated all beautiful things, including love. Boss me, compared to deprivation, giving is the greatest punishment. If he has never received it, how can he feel the pain of losing it? He has been in hell his whole life. The punishment of hell is not evil to him, Danny said faintly. Hiss. Mirko took a deep breath and said in shock, that seems to make sense. He could not help but feel jealous. He was jealous that Danny's artistic evil could make him feel emotional. After Danny threw one out of Udemo, Mirko pointed at the dog that surrendered in the torture and asked, how do we deal with it? I will give it the deepest jealousy and endless emptiness. Only the satisfaction that one experienced can satisfy it, but it will never experience what one experienced. Therefore, it could only bark madly in its mad jealousy and maddening emptiness. Also, I'll let the flame demon whip it every few days. Mirko was stunned and murmured, you are so evil. Your Majesty has taught me well. Soren couldn't hold it in any longer. What's the point? What's the point of evil that has no practical use? Before Danny could say anything, Mirko scolded angrily, evil with practical purposes is just a conspiracy, not pure evil. Soren, you disappoint me. You were much more intelligent than Angorian when we were in the Hall of Eternity. Soren was embarrassed, angry, and resentful. When Danny brought the dog to the south to complete the quest, Soren said to Mirko, my king, Angorian's learning ability is too strong. Not only did he learn how to create new evil creatures from you, even the evil itself seems to have surpassed you, bam. Before he could finish his sentence, Mirko's huge black fist, which was like a battering ram, landed on Sauron's equally black face. I am the Dark Demon King. Who can be more evil than me? Mirko roared. Sauron was smashed to the ground. His mind was in a mess. It took him a long time to recover and said, my lord, I was wrong. But Angorian's talent is really outstanding. We have to guard against him. Mirko's eyes flashed. Let him stay away from you. He has been learning from you and imitating you. Give him a patrol mission. Don't let him go back to Udemo, Soren said. Oh, okay. Therefore, in the next few hundred years, Danny and the dog could be seen wandering around in the dark Middle-earth. Her two big dogs also gave birth to a group of small dogs. Because Alamis also often brought the dog to hunt monsters on the continent, when the two met, there would be a small dog fight. One day, after her monsters fought with Alamis' divine beasts, Danny met the god of earth, Ori. Stop fighting. Every time you fight, the earth of Arda groans in pain. Ori sighed as he repaired the damage on the mountains and plains. It's always Alamis who started it. I'm just defending myself, Danny said. When Villa and Maya chose their human form, they intentionally imitated the elves. However, they were taller and more majestic than the elves. For example, Ori was now a 4-meter-tall, burly elf. Ori looked at Danny and thought, if you were not defending yourself, I would have helped Alamis beat you up. Mirko's territory is in the north. You've crossed the line, he said in a low voice. King Mirko said that the whole universe is his. He won't be happy for long, Ori said coldly. That's right. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Mirko cared so much about Iluvida's children. Villa would not be as stupid as Mirko. They would never allow Mirko to control the fate of the newborn. She waved the dog and the monsters away, then approached Ori and whispered, Brother Ori, I have to confess something to you. I'm looking for the traces of Iluvida's first children. Don't you dare. Ori raised his big fist and roared at Danny. I don't dare, Danny said quickly. Ori was stunned. What do you want to do? Mirko forced me to find the elves. He wants to twist the elves into his evil creation before Villa does. But I can't bear it. Those are Iluvida's children. What should I do? Danny's expression was very sincere. How dare you, Mirko? He can't wait for the birth of his first children. Villa will not let him go. Ori was so angry that his face turned red. Then, he said in a low voice, Angorian, if you don't want to do evil, then leave Mirko and stay far away from Udamo. I swear, it won't hurt you. Danny understood. The day the elves were born was the day of Mirko's bad luck. There are only Villa and Mirko in the world. Villa doesn't want to accept me. The loneliness is too scary. I can only go to Mirko. Danny sighed. Ori frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed. I've said what I should say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Why don't you let me follow you in the days before the elves are born? I can help you heal the wounds of the earth. I can also heal the wounds of the sky and the sea. Danny said. Ori was a little confused. He did not know if he should agree to the evil god's request. I'm also very proficient in creation. We can exchange techniques. When you return to Amen, we'll separate. When you come to Middle Earth, come find me. How about that? Danny said. All right. Ori thought of Danny's extraordinary forging skills during the choir and reluctantly agreed. Every Anu was the manifestation of Iruvida's thoughts. If Iruvida's children reflected part of Iruvida's mind, then Anu represented Iruvida's ability. Danny hated that she could not learn from every Anu. Then she dismissed her subordinates, put on the black miasma cloak, and only communicated with Ori. Ori was a very hard-working Villa. He loved his creations and enjoyed the process of creation. Once the wounds of the earth were healed, he began to work. Danny witnessed how he created the majestic earth and mountains. She also saw him create the most delicate and exquisite gems. She saw him create everything in the world except for life. That kind of creativity broke Danny's misconception that the fire must create life. The first flame created everything. Life was only a small part of everything. During this time, she also met Ori's wife, Yavanna, a few times. She was depressed by the plants that could not grow in the dark forest. Why don't you create life? With your ability, it should be easy to create humans, right? One day, Danny asked Ori. I want to, but... Ori was very conflicted. When Danny suggested creating humans, his desire and impulse were almost written on his face. I know creating humans is Iruvida's power, but you can create other kinds of humans. Just like Yavanna's garden, there are other plants besides the 2 holy trees. Ori was tempted. He made Danny swear that she would not tell the other Villa about his actions of creating humans, let alone Mirko. Danny swore a holy oath. Not only will I help you keep the secret, but I will also not actively harm your creations in the future. Ori was overjoyed. He took her to a cave deep in the mountains of Middle-earth. For the first time, he fully unleashed his talent of creation. He was fully focused and immersed in endless hope and joy. Danny was also overjoyed when she saw his handiwork. She was even tempted. Due to the harsh living environment, Ori created 7 dwarves with strong bodies and strong wills. They were also the ancestors of the dwarves. Before the last dwarf was completed, Danny, who had absorbed countless knowledge and inspiration from Ori's creation process, finally could not help but say, Ori, I also want to add some glory to your creation. Let me create a dwarf cousin. Ori was now in a daze. He agreed without thinking. Danny used the soil and rocks left by Ori to create a half-human. When she sculpted the half-human face, she subconsciously thought of Tyrion. Thus, she gave the half-human Tyrion's original deformed appearance, body, and a long deformed penis. She even subconsciously gave it a life mark similar to Tyrion's. Oh no. Ori turned around and saw the half-human Tyrion. He could not help but hold his head and wail, Angorian, must you project the evil in your heart on an innocent creation? Evil on the outside, but very kind on the inside. Danny said. Ori stared at her half-human for a long time. His gaze passed through the surface of her body and into the deepest core of the soil. He nodded and exclaimed, "What a deformed little thing. His alertness and sincerity even surpass my dwarf, but he's so ugly. This is my gift to you in return for teaching me knowledge." Danny smiled. "Is that so?" Ori was too universal. He liked all creations related to him. Thus, he accepted Danny's gift and slightly adjusted the half-human appearance. Middle-earth is too dangerous. His deformed legs will seriously drag him down when he's in danger, he said. He tried to thicken the half-human's legs and cut off a section of his penis. But after the modification, Ori felt that the half-human had become uncoordinated. At first, he thought that it was a problem with the length of his penis. He increased and decreased it bit by bit. In the end, his penis was still as long as before, but like a bamboo pole, it had many bamboo joints. The calves were also deformed. He only widened and thickened the pair of large feet. Chapter 1170. After entering level 1, Danny heard Iluvida's voice for the first time. Both she and Iori were dumbfounded. Such a quick reaction? So intense? They were only creating a subhuman. Iluvida's stern voice rang in their ears. "Why are you doing such a thing? You clearly know that this action has exceeded your authority and the limits of your power. Ungorian, perhaps I shouldn't have let you enter level 1. Your creation has tainted." At this point, Iluvida suddenly saw the different future that the half-human would bring. She paused for a moment and softened her tone. "Although the half-human isn't completely useless, you have violated my prohibition," Danny said. "Iluvida, I know that I don't have the right to create things, but this isn't a real human. It's a subhuman, just like Willino's twin holy trees also need other plants and flowers to accompany them." "Creating half-human is the power of the master," Iluvida said. Danny said sincerely, "I don't want any power. In fact, I was just impulsive. After creating the half-human, I gave him to Villa's main god Arcane. It's like I was wandering around Yavanna's garden and accidentally picked up a red apple. I immediately gave it back to Yavanna. From the moment the half-human was born, his fate was no longer in my hands." His words were too clear. Iluvita replied with a soft before turning her stern tone to the terrified Ollie. "Ari, your existence and talents are all bestowed by me. The life you created with your blood and sweat will be limited by the essence of your existence. Compared to my children who are about to be born, your creation is so crude and unnecessary." Ori said with a sobbing tone, "I don't want any power of the master. I just saw that Ardo was too empty and couldn't help but want to imitate you, just like a child imitating his father. What can I do so that you won't be angry? Just like a child to his father. Should I give these little things to you? I am your creation, and they are the finished products of the hands of your creation. You may judge them as you will. Or should I destroy the things I created based on my conjectures?" After saying this hurriedly, Ori picked up a large iron hammer and was about to smash all the dwarves. When the dwarves saw this, they were so frightened that they hugged each other and trembled. The half-man was also shrouded by the shadow of the hammer. Unlike his 7 cousins, he did not show any fear. Instead, he stood up and shouted, "Mercy, Father God of creation. Oh, take pity on the omnipotent great Lord Iluvida. I have already given birth to spirituality. I can't help but want to beg for mercy." Now that I had followed my instinct and begged for mercy once, it was time to let reason prevail over instinct. Because I understand that our birth was not part of the great ruler's plan. Seeing Father God being reprimanded, I couldn't bear it. For the sake of Father, and for the sake of the Almighty Sovereign's unborn children, my 7 cousins and I are willing to end our lives. This way, all sins will be attributed to me. This way, the father will not have to bear the pain and self-blame of killing his own children. This way, the great ruler's plan will not be disturbed. The 7 dwarves stared blankly at their cousin. It was hard to imagine that he could talk so much. Aoli was also stunned. Then, with a clang, he threw away the hammer, covered his face and wailed, "I can't do it." Just as the half-man pulled his 7 cousins and hit his iron-like head against the rock, intending to kill himself by hitting the wall, Iluvida spoke. She was also stunned for a moment. She said to Aoli, the half-man is right. They have given birth to spirituality, and the creation is a foregone conclusion. I am willing to accept the creatures you offer, but they will be independent lives in the future. They will not be afraid of your attacks and censure, nor will they listen to any of your orders. These words were straightforward enough. Since you have given the dwarves and the half-man to me, they have nothing to do with you. Danny wasn't sure if Olivia was being petty, or if its arrangement in the third and fourth themes of the creation movement really couldn't be disrupted at will. Aoli's thoughts were very simple. He thanked Olivia again and again. May Olivia bless my works and improve them. He only cared about the future of the creation. He didn't care about sovereignty at all. Olivia said, I will give them space to live, but I will not make any changes to them. My focus has always been on the children I have conceived for myself. As Ungorian said, your creation is like a green leaf to a flower, just an embellishment for my children. You bury the dwarves and the half-man in the dark rock ground until the first child wakes up in Arda. They can't be born. After saying these words, Olivia left. Aoli gave Danny a happy smile. Olivia is really merciful. I'm so happy. Danny nodded absent-mindedly. She was still thinking about what Olivia had done. A cry of surprise woke her up from her thoughts. Aoli was shouting. He held the 3 dwarves in his left hand and covered his crotch with his right hand. He looked a little confused. What are you doing? The half-man held a simple bow and arrow woven from branches and bark in his hand and gestured to Aoli. I'm shooting you. You just wanted to beat us to death. I'm your father. How can you shoot your father with a bow and arrow? Aoli said excitedly. The dwarves loudly advised the half-man brother not to go against his father. You're just my adoptive father, the half-man said. Aoli heard this and was very hurt and sad. Danny smiled awkwardly. This is all Olivia's arrangement. In fact, the half-man is very much like you. He perfectly inherited your creative talent. That's why he was able to invent the bow and arrow so quickly. Aoli's sadness turned into joy and he laughed. He held the 7 dwarves and the half-man in his hands as if they were treasures and strode out of the cave. He placed them in different places and let them sleep before returning to Amen continent. Later, Danny met Aoli a few more times. He said to her, Yavanna had a premonition that the dwarves would destroy the forest. She asked Manwë for a gift and also got the chance to create life. After the birth of Olivia's first child, the shepherd of 100 trees will appear. He also asked her not to hurt the Ents who looked like big trees in the future. Danny agreed. After many years, Danny was cultivating in the forest with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she felt the sky brighten a little. She leaped onto a tree branch and looked up. She saw a star rising from the blessed land in the west and flying into the sky. It was a spectacular scene. It was as if a rocket had been launched from the divine land. The sky rumbled, and the dark land was lit up. The monsters in the forest ran away in fear. Not only were there new stars in the sky, but the ancient stars were also approaching Arda and arranged into constellations. They were like bright lights in the night. Although they could not completely illuminate the world, they drove away most of the darkness and lit up the path ahead. It was also at this time that Danny received Mirko's summons again. Villa is going to attack me. Mirko's face was gloomy. Danny wasn't the only one in Utamir's underground fortress. Vanguard Sauron, Flame Fiend Leader Gusmog, Demon Wolf Zagluyan, Wolf of Envy Enwë, Vampire Selenwizy, and other demons were there as well. There's news from Velino? Danny was surprised. Boss Me still had spies in Amen at this time. Mirko glanced at her with a strange expression and said, Zorro, explain the situation to her. Yavanna and Olami are villas who travel between Amen and Middle-earth most often. Because of their attachment to Middle-earth, they often encourage Villa to attack us. Now, Yavanna has finally convinced Manwë. Soren pointed to the sky in the north. Do you see the 7 shining stars in the shape of a scythe? It's Villa's scythe. Valda used it to declare war on us. I thought it was a spoon, Danny complained. Valda harvests our malice in the starlight. Didn't you feel it? Mirko said coldly. When did Valda not have any malice towards us? Any light created by Villa can harm us in the darkness, Danny said. The demons were deeply touched and nodded in agreement. Mirko was silent. It's different this time. Valda's ascension is a general mobilization before the war. The moment Oluvida's first children appear is the day they attack Udimo, Soren said in a low voice. My king, did you summon us this time to mobilize for the war as well? Danny asked. What have you been doing for the past few hundred years? Even the demons and dogs were chased back to Udimo by you, Mirko said angrily. My king, it's not my fault. Your order is to find the first children, but they haven't been born yet. I can't make something out of nothing, right? Danny said. Oluvida's children's fates are not even interfered with. Villa and we don't even know where they will be born. Arda is so vast and the terrain is so complicated. If you don't search hard, how do you know they haven't appeared? I asked Aoki. He told me clearly that the first children won't appear in the next few hundred years. Because he couldn't wait, he even created dwarves, Danny argued. You have a good relationship with Villa. She even told you such a secret, Mirko said coldly. I still make friends and do bad things. I do whatever I want and have no scruples. That's the nature of the Demon King, Danny said proudly. Boss Me's face was cold, and he stared at her unkindly. Soren coughed softly and said, Valda is carrying out the biggest project in history. Every time she creates a big star and rises into the sky, the darkness that shrouds Arda dissipates a little. She won't stop. We can't sit still and wait for death. In addition to reorganizing the military, we have to increase the search for the first children. Speaking of this, Soren opened his right hand and handed Danny an iron box the size of a rice cooker. The surface of the iron box was dark and full of rivets. It had a rough and heavy texture. Danny took it curiously, unlocked it, and opened the lid. Whoosh! Along with the sound of flowing spring water, endless silver light gushed out from the iron box. In an instant, the thick darkness and sticky evil aura in the Empire of the Dark were swept away by the soft and holy light. The weaker vampires and werewolves turned into ashes in the silver light without any resistance. The Balrog and powerful demons also covered their faces and retreated. This is Valda's holy light. The Demon King screamed in horror. TSK, TSK, TSK? Danny's hands and her face that was facing the box started smoking and burning in the silver light. Her face was charred black. Soren and Mirko also couldn't stand the burning of the silver light, and their skin was burnt. No, this is not Valda's light. It's Yavanna's. Danny hesitated. It doesn't seem to be the light of life. There are some other great elements that surpass Villa's power. Chapter 1171. After we destroyed the giant lamp, not only did Villa create a new light source in Amen, she also created the incredible twin holy trees. It was the creation of the second theme. It was more majestic, more sacred, and more detestable than the giant lamp in the first theme. Mirko gritted his teeth, smoke coming out of his nostrils. Soren continued, That day, Yavanna sat on the green hill and sang the song that gave birth to all things in the world. She was the mother of all things, the master of all life. During the era of the giant lamp, she was still a little restrained and did not even sing about flowers and fruits. This time, she sang the praises of all life. Thus, two slender sprouts broke out of the ground on the green hill. At that moment, the earth was silent, and only the sound of spore growth and Yavanna's singing could be heard. At that moment, all of Villa leaned over to listen to Yavanna's singing and secretly gave their blessings to the tree sprouts. At that moment, Nina shed tears in deep thought, moistening the soil under her feet. In the song and tears, with Villa's silent blessings, the twin holy trees grew strong and brought unprecedented glory to Villino. This is the light of life created by Yavanna and Nina, Danny murmured. The twin holy trees, one female and one male, one gold and one silver. The two trees alternately bloomed. When the flowers bloomed, light shone everywhere. When the flowers closed, the light dimmed. Each flowering of the twin holy trees represented 12 hours a day. When the silver male tree's leaves fluttered, silver dew would fall. When the golden female tree's flowers swayed, golden rain would fall. Soren pointed at the closed iron box. There was a bottle of dew from the male tree inside. Valda used a large wooden bucket to collect the dew from the twin holy trees and used the silver dew from the male tree to create one big star after another. Danny's heart skipped a beat. The king asked the spy to steal Valda's dew so that I could create a star too? Among all of us, only you have sung the song of the Bane star. The king hoped that you would bless us with the Bane star and curse other living beings, bringing unavoidable misfortune to Villa, Soren said. Danny's face contorted. It's one thing for humans to have bad luck, but Villa, how is that possible? Don't worry, all of us will bless your star. Think about it, the Demon King here is the representative of all the evil in the world. Doesn't our curse represent the limit of the curse? I'm certain that Villa won't be able to escape the light of the Star of Calamity as long as we bestow it with origin power, Mirko said. Boss, as I recall, you used to be the chief sovereign of Starlight as well, Danny said. She was not talking nonsense. In terms of talent alone, Mirko was simply favored by the heavens. He had some of all the talents that Villa had. In his early years, when he was still practicing songs in the Eternal Hall, Mirko could sing the Song of Light. However, Song of Light alone was unable to completely dominate the light of light because Valda had the light of stars. Therefore, Mirko courted Valda, hoping to open the husband and wife of light store with her and achieve a monopoly of light. It was important to note that Boss Me monopolized light not to expand the light business, but to better spread the darkness. It was like a large company buying a small coffee plantation, not to start a new business, but to sell and scrap it. On one hand, it reduced competition, and on the other hand, it fought for the right to set the industry standards. Therefore, when Valda rejected him, Mirko gave up on light and pursued fire. Even if Boss Me gave up on light, no one other than Valda had a better understanding of light than him. In theory, Boss Me could complete the star upgrade independently. But Mirko looked hesitant. Seeing Danny and the other demons looking at him, Mirko made up his mind and told the truth. Sigh, as I go deeper into the darkness and become more evil, the power that once belonged to me is gradually disappearing. He sighed. Your Majesty, is it because you gave away too much of your secret fire? Danny asked in surprise. Mirko had countless flaws, but he also had many good points. For example, he was knowledgeable and generous. He was never stingy with his secret fire. Distorted demons, fire demons, monsters. The many demon kings of Udamo had all received a part of Boss Me's secret fire. Maybe part of the reason. Boss Me frowned. He did not want to talk about his weakening. It was as if as long as no one talked about it, his power would not fade. Angorian immediately forged the Bane star. I can't stand Vera swaggering over my head, Boss Me ordered. Since the birth of Angorian, the Eye of Angorian had always been the most famous star until the end. It was not the first star in the sky, and it did not have the most dazzling radiance. It rarely appeared, and some people had never seen it in their entire lives. However, all the intelligent beings in the world knew about it. May the Eye of Angorian never see you. This was the most commonly used and beautiful blessing of the elves. The Eye of Angorian will follow you forever. This was the most vicious curse of the elves. As soon as this was said, everyone's face turned pale and their legs trembled. Later, when humans, dwarves, and half-humans were born, they immediately used the blessings and curses of the elves. The most lamentable fate in the world, Nordo's tragic fate, and the most irreversible curse, Mandu's curse, were both spoken by the Eye of Angorian from the mouth of the ancient elf king and Vera, and then followed all the way. The Eye of Angorian was not only the witness and guide of disasters and tragedies, but also a part of fate. It was not big, but it was not small either. It was considered average among the stars created by Valda. Because its creator was the demon king Angorian, and it was still at the peak of the dark power, it was deeply blessed by Mirko and the other demon lords. Of course, it did not radiate holy silver or silver blue light. It was red, like a ball of thick blood that could not be dissolved. It was also black, like a ball of cow dung that was roasted on fire, and black smoke billowed out. Not only was it emitting black smoke, but there were also black lines and small gray dots that swam like tadpoles on the surface of the star. It was like an evil eye. Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the most naughty child, and also the worst troublemaker. It always liked to quietly approach Valda's constellation, use black smoke to cover some stars, and change the star atlas into another appearance. For example, after Danny spent hundreds of years injecting a large amount of Earth fire origin and lifting it into the starry sky, it slipped to the north and entered Villa's scythe. The black smoke obscured the stars, making the sharp scythe look like a middle finger. It was said that even Angorian himself could not determine the direction of the eye of Angorian and the meaning it represented when it appeared, because it had received the blessings of all the demon lords. In the dark heyday, the demon lords had not yet withered, and later, all the ancestors of the monsters were in the ranks of blessing. Later, all the evil creatures could gain strength from its mournful evil light. Countless years later, countless bards recorded similar content in their own works. It opened its eyes, and Valda's stars avoided it in fear. The village at the foot of the mountain was bathed in a mournful blood mist. The vampire bats flapped their wings and flew out of the deep caves, chirping happily. The werewolves walked out of the dense forest, stretched their limbs, and howled at the blood stars. The farmers hugged their children, shivering under the quilt, praying to the almighty gods to drive away Angorian's gaze, but the gods could only sigh helplessly in return. The first time the eye of Angorian worked was 100 years later, pointing the evil in the direction of Iluvida's first children. The elves would always remember the scene they saw and the tragedy that happened on that day. In the age of the giant lamp, the gods lived on Omeron Island in the center of Lake Cuvian. It was not the height of the mountain, but the presence of the gods made it spiritual. Because of the divine aura of Villa, the lake became the birthplace of the first children. Of course, under the catastrophe of the giant lamp, everything was destroyed. Lake Cuvian and Omeron Island had long been destroyed. Even, part of the lake that was once in the center of the continent was twisted to the northeast, encountering the mountain where the giant lamp post was. In short, when Valda, who released a star every few days, created the blue fireball known as Lucian, the elves woke up on the shore of Lake Cuvian. They wandered around curiously, making sounds, and naming everything they saw. At that time, they were as pure as angels. Because the first thing their eyes saw was the stars in the sky. They loved starlight forever, and revered Valda far more than any other villa. It was not until they saw the eye of Angorian that they felt endless fear of starlight for the first time. That day, the elves were carefree. They sat on the grass and sang to the stars in the sky. Their joyful song spread far and wide. Suddenly, the wind stopped, and so did the singing. They stared blankly at the sky, bewildered and frightened. This was because a blood-red star had jumped and flashed above their heads, sprinkling an ominous blood-red light that caused people to fear. The black smoke it emitted even covered the other stars. Rumble monster knights riding terrifying warhorses appeared. Balrogs waved flame whips and laughed. Demons and ghosts were like a tsunami, drowning them. The elves had never seen such a terrifying scene. They all screamed in horror and ran wildly. When the catastrophe was over, the elves who returned to their homes cried for the first time, crying the names of their loved ones. In the decades that followed, there were often horror nights imitating Alamus. They wandered around with monsters, hunting and eating all the elves they came across. Yes, Mirko asked the demons to imitate Alamus. In this way, if any elves encountered the real Alamus, they would stay far away. In Utamar, Danny saw the most evil and cruel thing. Mirko himself was tormenting the pure and holy elves with everything that had ever existed, had never existed, had never existed, had never been imagined, and had never been imagined by a normal human being. He made them suffer, waited for them to succumb to the pain, and ordered them to do things that were contrary to human morality countless times. The fallen elves killed and devoured their own brothers, and gave birth to monsters cursed by the gods with their sisters, children, and parents. At some point, the ugliest and most evil monsters were born among the slaves. They were half-orcs. They were full of mockery and jealousy of the free elves, and became Mirko's cheap cannon fodder. Danny felt her scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over her body. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. She never dared to imagine that evil could be so evil. The ultimate evil, without any art or imagination. Then she betrayed Mirko. Betrayal is also a kind of evil. Demon Lord Danny thought to herself and felt more at ease. Chapter 1172. Aoki. Danny wore a black miasma cloak and stood by the sea. She called out softly to Amen Island on the other side of the West Sea. Splash. Silver water splashed. Another villa's voice sounded from the depths of the sea in front of her. Are you the star of calamity, Angorian? Danny recalled for a moment before confirming the identity of the person opposite her. It was the water lord, Wom. There was more than one water god in the world. It did not mean that the god of the sea was the main god, Womu. In fact, Womu often stayed in the outer sea. The inland sea near the continent and the rivers and lakes in the continent were controlled by his gods. I thought it was that bastard Owzy. Why are you in the inland sea, Womu? Danny did not lift her cloak. After all, she was preparing to be a traitor. As for Owzy, he was the storm god, a Maya under Womu. He was the ruler of the coast of the continent. Danny did not like Owzy. Other than the fact that he had imitated Boss Me and stolen her Song of Storms, he had also said many bad things about her to Mirko. Well, in the early years, Owzy was also Boss Me's little brother. Aoki later found him a wife and used pillow talk to persuade him to repent. Owzy is not here. I just happened to hear your call. Why are you looking for Aoki? Because he created the dwarves and half-humans with you. He was locked up in Amen Island by Manwë to reflect on his mistakes, Womu said. I have a big secret. I can't let that fallen Maya know. Owzy has turned over a new leaf, Womu said. If I say I'm a good person, would you believe me? Womu was silent. Forget it. Swear to keep my secret, and I'll tell you a big piece of news. Oaths are not to be taken lightly, Womu said. Danny thought for a moment. Womu had always been a loner in the villa. He was not a big talker. She said, Iluvida's first children have appeared. What? You're not lying to me. Where are they? Womu asked anxiously. Can you swear now? I'm betraying Mirko. Danny said slowly. Womu immediately swore a sacred oath. They've been here for decades. If it weren't for the fact that Lake Cuvane used to be the residence of the Vera Empire, and that you'd be alerted if you destroyed it without permission, Mirko would have taken them all to Utamo. The first child was born at Lake Cuvane. Womu was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, Yes, it should be there. Cuvane, which means water of awakening. Why didn't we think of it before? Had the firstborn been at Cuvane and not wandered about? Why haven't Olami and his hunting dogs found any trace of them after so many years? Danny said, Iluvida's first children are not ordinary people either. They are all tall and full of strength. They are both excellent warriors, hunters, and great sorcerers. When they work together, they can even fight against a small army of fire demons of Mirko. As a result, many people fled Lake Cuvane. But Mirko was very cunning. He asked his subordinates to pretend to be running knights like Olami, and even disguise their faces with the light of Amen. When they led the wolf demons to patrol around, ordinary people couldn't tell if they were villa or demons. Mirko also chose some of the captured elves to release, and spread rumors among the elves that the night is long and there are dangers everywhere. In this way, the firstborn children were completely unaware of the existence of villa. When they heard Olami's horn and the rumbling of running, they thought that the demons had come to capture them, and they all ran away to hide. Too vicious. Mirko's heart is completely black. Womu was furious, and the sea was rolling up. Danny was a little embarrassed. She had participated in a large part of this vicious plan. She quickly changed the topic and said, Let Olami go to Lake Cuvane and pretend that he wandered there by accident. In this way, Mirko won't suspect me. Hearing Mirko's appointment, Danny was overjoyed and looked down on the demons. Soren and the fallen Maya looked at each other and stepped forward to persuade Mirko, Angorian is not useful. He can't control the generals. They were one of the generals. With so many people objecting, Mirko had to be careful. Therefore, the general became the leader of the flame demons, Gusmog. Before he became a flame demon, he and Soren were known as the civil and martial heroes. Under Bosmi, Soren's wisdom and Gusmog's bravery were famous among Anu. From the first battle of splitting open the sky to the War of the Giant Lamp and the current War of the Elves, Bosmi had never made a mistake in his strategy. The Battle of the Giant Lamp had almost gone according to his plan. There were only 2 points that he had not taken into account. Firstly, the flame demon was far inferior to Vera. Secondly, his courage and strength were far inferior to his ambition and evil. This time was the same. Only Mirko had a strategy. Villa was like a group of boorish men and gangsters fighting on the streets. Mirko accurately predicted where Villa would land. Before she could gain a foothold, 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons waited for her to be exhausted and surrounded her. If it was a human against a human, Mirko would definitely win. However, Villa was unique. Angorian blood stars silently came to the north, above Mirko's head. Haha. Takas laughed loudly. He smashed the coast with a punch, turning the continent into a bay. Encirclement, gathering, demons and ghosts were all sent flying in all directions. Gusmog was much stronger than Danny in one aspect. The demons and flame demons under his command were defeated at the first clash. It was not that he was better at commanding than Danny, but the officers in the army were all corrupted Mayas. They were not convinced by Danny, but they obeyed Gusmog wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, Villa was too strong. They had the advantage in terms of quantity and quality. With lightning speed, they destroyed 100,000 demons and 3,000 flame demons. However, Udamo was Mirko's nest after all. It held on for a long time. Both sides engaged in a brutal battle in front of the gate of the Iron Mountain Fortress. The dead Mayas and flame demons could be piled up into a small hill. As expected, the ground was torn apart again. Mountains collapsed and rivers changed their course. The entire north was filled with darkness, fire, lightning, and the angry roars of the gods. It did not disperse for a long time. Danny was right. The battlefield of the gods was more than 100 kilometers. Even the mountains thousands of kilometers away were turned into deserts. However, she just hid underground and did not go out. King Angorian, the gate is about to fall. King Mirko is calling for you. The vampire messenger screamed. Where's King Soren? Danny asked. Still in Ongban. Where's your vampire ancestor? Danny asked again. Nowhere to be found. Where's King Mirko? Danny asked again. He's hiding in the depths of the cave like you. Danny spread her hands. These kings don't dare to go out. I'm scared too. After saying that, she gave the dog a look. Whoa! The second-generation dog pounced and bit the messenger to death. The battlefield was too chaotic and dangerous. She did not receive Bosmi's order. Mirko, Takas's laughter could be heard even 100 kilometers away and dozens of kilometers underground. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from Udamo in the west. It was more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake. In fact, the battle that took place there was far more terrifying than any natural disaster of any level. Mirko's cave was deep and wide. Villa was like a lecherous man. She lifted the quilt-like ground layer by layer until the sun shone on the shivering little wife, Mirko, at the bottom. In order to dig out Mirko, the rocks that Villa threw aside were piled up into the largest mountain range in the north. The river that used it as the source became one of the largest rivers in Middle-earth. Mirko, your end is here. Takas waved the other Villa away and started wrestling with Mirko while laughing. Mirko was no match for him. He fell face first onto the ground many times. The other Villa laughed at him from the side. In the end, Mirko surrendered in humiliation under Takas's fist. Villa used the giant iron chain Angenor made with mysterious energy to tie up Mirko's hands and feet. She blindfolded him and brought him back to Valinor. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.